It was boring.
School's funner for these kids these days.
You got a great teacher.
Yeah.
I don't, she's not
Not
up there
yet, not
yet,
yet.
so.
When I was in school, you just had to sit at your desk all day long. And if you got in trouble, you'd lose recess, which is
Yeah.
the worst thing you could do to a boy.
I don't think they are.
All day. They have all day.
Well, we're not either.
Okay, so that's, it's cleared.
These kids are all well behaved, more so
are.
than me at first grade. I'd be running around.
More so than you
Yes,
right
yeah,
now.
right now.
We
Have
should
you
give
ever
them,
sat for 6 hours on a tarmac?
No,
Guess who is the best behaved? The kids.
the kids on the tarmac.
we should give them candy to jack them up.
Thank you for your patience, and it's about 2 minutes after 6, and shall we get started? So welcome to City Council, and I just want to welcome those both that are sitting in the audience. I love it when the public is here, and then also for those that are joining us online this evening. So as we get started, we are blessed to have Chris Evanson here with the Nampa Seventh-day Adventist Church, and he's going to open us in prayer, and then we'll all join together in the pledge. Chris, thank you.
Madam Mayor, Councilwoman, Councilman, thank you for the opportunity to be here to invite the Lord's presence into this place. Let's pray. Father in heaven, Lord, we thank you for the blessing of life. We thank you for the rain that's been falling on us to moisten the earth, to bring life, to bring the crops and the flowers and the trees to life. Thank you for the life that you've offered to us. Lord, we invite you now to be in this place. As decisions will be made, reports will be given, we pray, Lord, that your Spirit will lead and guide so that the outcome can be for the benefit of this great city and the people that live in it. We love you, Lord. We thank you for the freedom that we exercise and the opportunity we have to be here this evening together. We pray these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Kids know it.
Pastor Evanson, thank you so much for being here this evening. I tell you, I greatly appreciate our spiritual leaders of this city that come and pray for us at the beginning of each council meeting, so thank you so much. I loved hearing those voices down there too, kids. Good job on the pledge. It was awesome. Okay, let's open with roll call.
Rodriguez,
Here.
Bruner,
Here.
Hogaboom,
Here.
Levi,
Present.
Haverfield,
Here.
Skog.
Yes.
Okay, so the any proposed amendments to the agenda, and actually, we have one, but we will actually vote on that amendment later. So item 6.3 will be postponed until further notice, but we will vote at the time we get to that to do an official postponement. Are there any other proposed amendments to the agenda from the council? Okay, seeing none, I would stand for a motion to approve our consent agenda as presented.
So moved. Second.
Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Hogaboom?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Skog?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Wonderful. Okay, so we actually have two proclamations tonight, but one we'll do as part of our staff report. And the first one we have is VFW Buddy Poppy Days. I'm going to read the proclamation, and then we're going to hear for just a moment from someone to share a little bit more about it. So, whereas the annual distribution of Buddy Poppies by the Veterans of Foreign Wars of the United States has been officially recognized and endorsed by governmental leaders since 1922, and whereas VFW Buddy Poppies are assembled by disabled veterans, and the proceeds of this worthy fundraising campaign are used exclusively for the benefit of disabled veterans in need and the widows and orphans of deceased veterans. And whereas the basic purpose of the annual distribution of Buddy Poppies by the Veterans of Foreign Wars is eloquently reflected in the desire to honor the dead by helping the living. I, Debbie Kling, Mayor of the City of Nampa, do hereby recognize and proclaim May 24, 25, and 26, 2019 as VFW Buddy Poppy Days. I urge the citizens of this community to recognize the merits of this cause and support their efforts to recognize the sacrifices of our honored dead. I also urge all patriotic citizens to wear a Buddy Poppy as mute evidence of the gratitude to the men and women of this country who have risked their lives in defense of the freedoms we continue to enjoy as American citizens. And as we get started, I would like to say thank you. Thank you for your service. Thank you for bringing this to our attention. Volunteerism is so incredibly important, and so we appreciate your work. Thank you.
Thank you. We are the 3465 Nampa Auxiliary. We have 2,700 or plus veterans in the state that we do, all of us do Buddy Poppies. And we appreciate everybody that comes out and donates. The poppies are for, and you can see, I have this for years. This is the poppy that National gave us, puppy. And then I have a little teddy bear, and they're all collector's items now. And so I put them, when we have our Buddy Poppy fundraiser, then I usually have this out. I have a bigger basket, but it doesn't have a handle on it. And I'd like to give a poppy to each one of the council members, if that's okay.
Yes, it is. And thank you.
If you feel needed, you can give me some money.
Thank you.
But it's a donation only, donation only. But
So
they're
if someone wanted to donate, how could they donate?
if they wanted to
you.
donate, they can give to people, okay, when we are at Albertsons on 12th Avenue and Greenhurst, and the Family Market, Walmart Family Market. And I do have an address.
And what day are you going to be there at Albertsons at 12th and Greenhurst?
I will be there on a Saturday at Albertsons,
This coming Saturday?
if that's what the date is. I think so.
I think it is.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. I get mixed up on dates.
Thank you.
Hi there, sir.
How you
How
doing?
you doing?
I'm doing good, thank you.
Good.
You didn't talk about the giving, you were already past Councilman Skog, so you need to go back.
Well, here. Yes, you got a bigger one.
I got, wait, oh,
Oh. No, I got everybody getting it.
No, everyone got one, I was just kidding.
oh,
He
you
meant-
were
he meant a
kidding.
donation.
Oh, a donation.
A vase that she can put on her desk for all the time.
Which was so thoughtful of you. Thank you.
We can get a hold of, I will get you the list of names, and anybody can get a hold of us. Larry Vaughn is online, I don't know how to, wait.
You know what we'll do, Amy? Let's put a link. Can we do that somehow?
we can do
We'll
that.
do a link. We'll get with Amy and do a link if someone would like to contribute, that they can reach out to our office, and we'll put a link out there.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you for being
you.
here. We appreciate it. Thank you for your volunteerism.
This has really been fun. This is the first, I've been doing it for, well, I've been in VFW for 83 years,
Wow.
or 35 years. 35 years. Since 83. Anyway, I've never come down and did the deal with the council members, and I really enjoy it.
Well, we appreciate you
So thank
coming.
you.
Thank you so much. That is wonderful. Volunteerism is extremely important to our community. So we have, as part of our regular agenda, we have the 3-minute opportunity. I'm not sure how long we're on for this evening, but we have 2 presentations. And I believe, I think I want to go with our Lake Ridge Elementary first. And so this evening, we have the Lake Ridge Elementary School, and I believe, did we say first graders? First grade that have a brief presentation for us, and we will let you just share everything about it. Okay. Yes,
You can take it
please,
with
that
you.
way.
He's the butterfly
Monarch.
monarch, yeah.
I like that outfit. Stand right up and talk into that microphone.
Good evening, City Council and members of our community. We are first graders from Lake Ridge Elementary. Councilman Rodriguez gave our classes an assignment about the milkweed plant growing here in Napa. We have been working hard on learning about the monarch butterfly, its life cycle, and the milkweed plant.
The first stage of the monarch's life cycle is the egg. The mother monarch searches for just the right plant to lay her eggs on. She uses her feet to smell.
Yuck, her feet smell.
No, I said she uses her feet to smell, and she drums the leaves off the plant. She lands on it until she finds just the right leaf, a milkweed plant. The milkweed plant is the only plant that a monarch caterpillar can eat.
After it hatches from the egg, it is a caterpillar. This is called the larva stage. The caterpillar eats and eats and eats. It molts its skin 5 times, then it forms a J shape and sheds its skin one last time before transforming into a beautiful chrysalis.
The chrysalis, this is the pupa stage. After about 2 weeks, the chrysalis cracks open and out comes the butterfly. Beautiful monarch butterfly. It is now an adult monarch. That brings us to Mrs. Hansen's class for the next act.
Yeah.
Monarchs are pretty special butterflies. Did you know they make a journey thousands of miles from Canada and the eastern United States to overwinter in Mexico, California, and a few to Florida?
Hold on. I thought the monarch was Idaho's state insect. This is Nampa, not Canada.
Yep. Idaho is one stop the monarch makes along their migration. The monarchs that come through Idaho overwinter in parts of California.
What does overwinter mean?
Well, when it gets too cold in one place, they make a very long journey called migration to a warmer place.
Wow, that's pretty amazing, little flyer. They are superbugs.
I know. Scientists still aren't sure how they know what path to fly. I'm sure glad Idaho is a part of their trip. I'd really like to see one. My grandma said she used to see monarchs all the time.
That brings us to Miss Nicholson's class for some not so great news. Seeing a monarch is pretty special, but also pretty well these days.
Why?
The population of monarch butterflies are rapidly declining 90% in the last 20 years. For explain, well, you used to see 100 butterflies, now just 10.
Oh no, that makes it a lot harder to see our state insects. Why is this happening?
We have to create monarch habitat here in Idaho that is milkweed. We can spread the news that milkweed is important. We can teach others like we're doing tonight about how milkweed is the only plant monarch caterpillars will eat without no more monarchs.
Oh no, that makes it
Thank
a
you.
lot. I know we have milkweed on our Nampa Greenbelt and even along a ditch bank by my house. Can we plant it in our yard also? My mom says it is a weed.
You can create your own milkweed butterfly garden and have milkweed along the greenbelt ditches and field. Isn't a bad thing. It is what the monarchs need to survive.
Okay, I know that the monarch is really cool and beautiful, but what else do they do?
Well, that brings us to Mrs. Gray's class.
Can I see a show of hands? How many of you like fruits and vegetables?
Vegetables, yuck!
Whether you like veggies or not, monarchs have an important job in helping the plants we eat grow new seeds.
Oh yeah, we did a project about this in class. It's called pollination.
Right. Butterflies are not only beautiful, but they are great pollinators. When they sip nectar from one plant, pollen gets on their feet and body. Then it brushes off onto the next plant they go to. Voila! That is pollination. Without it, we wouldn't have some of our favorite foods to eat.
Okay, let me get this straight. We have to tell the community and the world that monarchs are important. Milkweed is important too. Let's do all we can to spread the news and keep our milkweed and monarchs safe.
In conclusion, our recommendation to the city of Nampa is to keep our milkweed plants wild growing along the greenbelt safe and healthy so future generations can see the monarchs too.
Just have a poem to wrap up.
In fall, I wait for milkweed pods to crack wide open when they're dry. Seeds float on silky parachutes that ride the wind. They seem to fly. In spring, new milky weed grow big leaves where monarch butterfly lays eggs. The eggs hatch into caterpillars crawling on their little legs. During summer, flowers grow. The nectar has a strong, sweet smell. It draws the pollinator bees and butterflies and ants as well. In several weeks, the flowers wilt, then fruits or pods begin to swell. Again, seeds ripen in the pods. The pods split lengthwise, stiff and dry with blizzards of white tufted seeds for me to hatch as they drift by.
Thank you so much for the opportunity for these guys. We've been working hard on the butterflies, and they'll be presenting at our school on Thursday at what time? 2:30 to 3:30 in our gymnasium, everything that they've learned. So thank you very much for the opportunity to come and talk to you.
Rebecca, why don't you come to the mic? And what actually happened is that the school decided, or you guys decided to do a study on the monarchs. The milkweed is by our pathways.
Yes.
And if you do away with the weed, the milkweed, then you do away with,
Like Cohen
The
said,
monarchs,
no
right.
more monarchs.
right. And so that's what you studied and the other teacher studied, and that's what the presentation's all about.
Yeah, so we just really appreciate the opportunity to come and talk and say, keep our milkweed on the pathways safe.
So just a quick question. In Boise, this is probably years ago, they used to release monarchs. Do you guys release monarchs, or?
We do not. We
Okay.
actually have raised painted ladies, which make a similar journey as the monarch as far as their migration. But we released our painted ladies last week.
Oh, you
We
did?
had just
All
a
right.
snippet of good weather. So all of the kids here got to have their own caterpillar, raise the caterpillar, got to see all of the stages that they talked about in the first little group that spoke. So it was pretty cool.
Very neat.
Yeah, we didn't get to see the egg, but we got to see everything else. So it was pretty neat.
We did a very good job. Thank you.
Thank you so
That was
much.
wonderful, thank you.
It'll give us just a minute to clear.
I think I see another project out of this presentation, and that is for Parks and Rec to be mindful, and we'll remind Darren. Parks and Rec to be mindful, so you're going to have to give us a report later about our milkweed on our pathways.
Rebecca,
And-
I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, the Nampa Garden Club has taken over the maintenance of our Veterans Garden right outside City Hall. And one of the things that they've planted, and it will grow over the coming years, is actually a butterfly garden. A pollination garden is what they're creating, so there's natural pollination taking place right here at City Hall. So we are so appreciative to the Nampa Garden Club for doing that. So hopefully that'll support our butterfly population.
And also, we have pins for all the kids.
Okay.
Make sure you get those. Okay.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Are the Boy Scouts here
Yeah.
today? I am not, do we have any Boy Scouts? So we had a Boy Scouts of America presentation, and I'm not,
Excuse me, Mayor, I spoke with Lynn Gunter today.
Okay, mhm.
Because of the amount of people that we had, he's going to reschedule another day.
oh, okay.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. So the next item on the agenda is actually the opportunity for Nampa residents wishing to speak on an agenda or non-agenda item. I don't know if we had anyone sign up. I do know that we did have, thank you, Darren, for checking. Beth Heineck, I think you were going to present during this time frame, and so, thank you. Oh, thank you for getting that back.
Mayor and Council, we discussed this morning a little bit about the Karcher Mall redevelopment that's been in the newspaper, and the mayor asked if I would just come and speak briefly with council this evening. I'm not under a staff communication, so we're sneaking in under this line item. But just wanted to let you know that we have been in contact with Rhino Development. They are a developer out of the Bay Area of California who's purchased the Karcher Mall, and they are looking at a complete redevelopment of the project. They are in the International Council of Shopping Centers annual Recon show in Las Vegas this week, and they're meeting, I think they have about 15 appointments with prospective tenants to go into Karcher Mall during that show this week. So they're excited to see the prospects that come out of this. They're looking at multifamily housing on the backside. There's about 10 acres that nobody ever realizes is back there. That's all parking lot today. So they're looking at developing that 10 acres. They are having conversations with hoteliers about a hotel site there. A lot of that was in the paper recently as well. And so we are working with them. They are planning on bringing forward a proposal concept, particularly for the Nampa Development Corporation to consider, most likely at their June meeting. So they're putting together a full site plan, timeline, total investment values, and kind of what they need to make the project be great. So just wanted to let you know that, and if you have any questions.
Okay, Beth, thank you so much. Appreciate that. The only other item noted was Lake Ridge Elementary that had signed up. Is there anyone here that had intended to speak on an agenda or non-agenda item for 3 minutes? Seeing none, we will move on to the next agenda item, and this is Mayor and Council comments. And I would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge and congratulate our wastewater treatment plant. They were awarded an award. It's the PISCES award, and it's recognizes performance and innovation in using the state revolving fund program for building infrastructure for the benefit of public health and the environment. And actually, Idaho DEQ actually nominated us for this particular award. I don't know if you saw the press release on it. The EPA is the one that had actually given it. And Nampa is the only city that is recognized in the state of Idaho. And we're one of the top 15 in the entire nation to receive this award. And today we had the opportunity to be with Jim Wernz. This is the photo of the work. And Michael, we talked about you today because it's been the long effort of our community, and we have been applauded for the work that has been done. And in talking to Jim Wernz, the thing that was said, and then if you'd like to say something, Tom, make your way over and you're welcome to. The thing that was communicated was what a good job we did in our public communication. The fact that we educated our citizens. We spent 10 years, 9 of which Michael was involved. And then we have an amazing team that has continued the work in educating the public. The fact that we received an 87% approval vote to support the state revolving fund loan, which gave us a 1.68% increase, is something to be applauded. And I think both from a regional standpoint, the EPA locally and Idaho DEQ have absolutely acknowledged the great work that's been done. So I just want to say, we have an amazing team, and I am so proud of you all. So good job. Tom?
Yeah, Mayor, Councils, yeah, so this was exciting. The team is doing a great job, and just to kind of highlight this, the scale of this award, it's a national award. There's probably only 20 cities in the nation that get this, and like Mayor said, we're the only ones in Idaho that got it. And a lot of it was, like Mayor says, the innovation of working with the community on how you develop a wastewater program. And the team's done a great job of building this and implementing it, so I'm proud of them and what they've accomplished. One just kind of interesting fact that I wanted to throw out there, that there's a lot of construction going on over there, and one kind of cool thing is, just in the last couple of weeks, we turned off a 50-year-old piece of equipment, a trickling filter. That's the one that spins around and drops water on the rocks. We just turned that off and started using some newer technologies, so that was something we talked about with EPA, and it was a good day. It was fun.
Tell you, the work that is being done out there is amazing. It is really cool. So we should schedule an opportunity for a tour to see this new plant that where we were today, the technology that's being incorporated. It is amazing. So I think we have a lot to be proud of in our community, and we appreciate the work, and we appreciate the prior work that went into it, Michael. So the next thing on the agenda, unless there's a council comment, sorry, Nope. Okay. I want to say a real quick call out to the Exchange Club for putting on Parade America this week. It was an excellent parade. It takes a lot of work. Our city staff also supports that parade. It just takes help. We had volunteer police that were out there, and, the barricades, there's just general work, but it is a parade that is organized and put on by the Exchange Club. And I just appreciate their efforts, because it's all volunteer. And they put in a lot of work for our community to get to enjoy that parade. And then I also appreciate our volunteers that actually came alongside. So that's a big thank you. So I believe that we should be having an agency or commission report right now, which is ITD, Amy Schroeder, but I'm not seeing Amy. Amy, you're out there. I'm so glad. I've been looking forward to this. I didn't see you there. So thank you so much for providing this report.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me. All right, thanks for your patience. My name is Amy Schroeder. I'm a Transportation Program Manager for the Idaho Transportation Department. I'm very happy to be here tonight to share a little bit about what we've been doing on State Highway 16. Before I get into the slide deck, I have two remarks. One is that I appreciate our working relationship with the City of Nampa and how responsive everybody is, staff, the mayor's office, and helping us make decisions and move this project forward. The second comment is there should be a packet, a memo within your board packet, and it gives a little more background and has an explanation about these features that I'll be discussing briefly tonight. This is an overview of the State Highway 16 corridor, which begins at I-84 and extends north to meet up with the existing State Highway 16 at State Highway 44 or State Street. And this is envisioned as a limited access facility. It's a divided highway that will be 2 lanes in each direction, with an evaluation for a 3rd lane northbound due to traffic demands. Interchanges and access will be at the 2-mile spacing, and it will function like an interstate or a freeway. There won't be any driveways or signals that you would stop on the state highway. Access to local roads will be via these interchanges that will be built in the future, and any driveways or approaches would come off of these local roads. ITD began this corridor study in 2006, and we completed the original environmental impact statement and subsequent record of decision in April of 2011. And my little graphic doesn't have any animation, but there's a gap in the blue lines on the right-hand side of the screen. Those are the intersections at State Street and at Chinden. What I was wanting to illustrate here is that ITD has already invested over $100 million in this corridor, building that 2-mile segment between those 2 highways. So we are invested in this corridor, although it remains unfunded for construction on Compass's plan and in our own TIP. All right? All right, so let's get into a little bit of detail here. These are our guiding principles. Basically, we're not deviating from the footprint that is in the EIS and the ROD. We're not looking at new alternatives. We need to connect right to where the existing highway has been extended to Chinden. And we do know the location of the system interchange at I-84. We want to build a facility that's achievable and affordable. I mean, that is something that we're looking at now, is refining the design so that we can look for those opportunities to bring the costs down, and then how to implement this corridor over time. So I'll give you a little insight into that tonight. These are the design refinements that we are looking at, and there's literally dozens of items that we're looking at. These are the high impact items and the ones that I want to share with you tonight. And one is the study of taking State Highway 16 over or under the east-west roads, and I'll tell you a little bit more about that, but these are the locations where that, in the bullets, where that would happen. We also reviewed the interchanges along the corridor and have spent a lot of time on the system interchange at Interstate 84 and the future State Highway 16 connection. So I'm going to go into just a little detail on each of these. So what does it mean over under? And I realize McDermott or McMillan is not in your jurisdiction, but bear with me. The board or your packet, your council packet would have a little better graphic than this. But you can see some of the line work here. This would be where McMillan would go over the future State Highway 16 if State Highway 16 was at grade, at ground level. And the bottom exhibit is with State Highway 16 going over, and there's no circle showing up because there is less impact and less construction to do on a local road. So think of Ustick, Cherry Lane, Franklin Road, all of these east-west routes where we have an interface, an intersection between a local road and State Highway 16. So the staff recommendation here is to take State Highway 16 over the local roads. And what that does, without impacting or making any greater impact to the environment, it reduces approximately 25 to 28 acres of right-of-way, and that's a savings of $1.5 to $2 million. It also reduces over a mile of local roadways, reconnecting to driveways and what would otherwise be landlocked parcels, and that is a savings estimated between $16 and $18 million in this corridor. There's also savings from reduction in earthwork, infrastructure, and those sort of things, and it allows for access on the local roads to be determined by the local jurisdiction. The access no longer needs to be set at the end of the abutments and the fill coming down. You could have a local road immediately adjacent to State Highway 16 if you wished. Looking at a couple of other examples, the next one on the list was the interchange type selection. Chinden and State Street are two interchanges shown on this screen. I again realize they're out of this entity's jurisdiction. In addition to taking State Highway 16 over the local roads, we have confirmed that these interchange types that were in the environmental impact statement are valid and will be carried forward. But looking at a moment at Ustick, which is right on the border of Nampa's impact area, again taking State Highway 16 over the local road, we previously had, and in the EIS, we have shown this partial clover leap with this folded loop ramp that's in the upper left corner of the slide. And through our evaluation, we're showing that a tight diamond can function the same or perhaps better and is easier going forward. It's easier for a phased implementation. So ITD's recommendation at this location is to go with the tight diamond interchange. This reduces the right-of-way by approximately 30 acres at this particular interchange. And it also, like I said, it provides for easier implementation to do an interim phase with signalized intersections and then go to the ultimate of the grade separation. And then the big one, the system interchange with I-84. We have spent a lot of time looking at this. We have a number of alternatives that we've evaluated, and we are carrying several forward, which I am showing to you tonight. This one that's on the screen now and the first one that's in your packet is the image from the EIS. And so here you can see the layout where Franklin Road is realigned north toward the railroad tracks. You can see the footprint is spread out because it does not preclude a future connection south of I-84 for a local road connection and the potential for that. And let me show you just a little bit about what we're doing. So these Alternative 2 and Alternative 4 are the two highest ranked alternatives that we're carrying forward. These both operate well from a traffic perspective, although we are doing micro simulations on these two with a special software program to see how they will function into the design year of 2045. You'll also notice both of these alternatives keep Franklin Road on alignment instead of realigning it north toward the railroad tracks. And that's a very important point. Let me show you what that means. Again, your board packet may be a little clearer here, but basically you can see the footprint of the EIS in the orange dash lines, and then the other two interchange types are laid on top of it. So at the intersection, right at I-84, there's not a lot of difference in the footprint that that interchange would take, those different interchange types that I just showed you. But at Franklin is where we see a huge savings in right-of-way acquisition, right? So this is property that can stay on the tax roll, that can be developed, and frankly, it saves the department cost as well in procuring that right-of-way. So this reduction is approximately 50 acres that we're looking at if we choose either Alternative 2 or Alternative 4 and keep Franklin Road on its existing alignment. Real quick, here's a summary of right-of-way in the corridor, and this is where we're focused at this point. You can see the EIS and the ROD alternative, the previous preferred alternative on the top, and then the proposed modified alternative in the bottom half of the screen showing the reduction in right-of-way. Again, a lot of that is at the system interchange and the interchange with Franklin Road. So our corridor progress. Today, to date, we have done the traffic analysis, updating all of the traffic modeling and the demographics from a 2030 design year to 2045. And that's how we've done all of the interchange type selection and are running modeling on these alternatives, looking at number lanes and infrastructure, et cetera. So we've also performed value engineering and a risk assessment, which is how we came up with some of these alternatives and where to focus our energy. We're currently working to update costs, both for the right-of-way acquisition and for construction. And maybe before I move on here, just as a reminder, ITD has committed $90 million to preserve the right-of-way in this corridor. And so we have a substantial amount committed to preserve the footprint, the remaining right-of-way between Chinden and I-84. Other tasks that are yet to come, we're updating the environmental study, and that is still moving just a little bit based on the alternatives we're looking at. We're working on design, updating right-of-way plans, and then we have a lot of stakeholder outreach like this with a number of groups, and all of that would lead to a public open house in late September or early October. At that open house, we'll share our alternatives and solicit feedback on what we would then go forward with as our preferred alternative in our reevaluation. Mayor and council members, I stand for any questions.
Oh, we're quiet. Well, I want to start by saying, first of all, thank you to Amy and your team. Because the one thing I can say for council, it's important to know that they have listened. And I so appreciate it. You've been very patient and gracious with me, because as we came forward and said, okay, so what about South? And it's taken a lot of work on your behalf to really take that into consideration. I really appreciate it. I also appreciate the fact that you've been really trying to think outside the box to reduce the impact on the acreage, right? That's developable property. So the thing that Amy and her team have been listening to me talk about is the economic impact of Highway 16 on our impact area because of it cutting into the Nampa side, the Canyon County side. But I just want to say thank you, because you've listened, you've worked. You could have said, nope, we're done and we're not looking again. And you didn't do that. And so I just want to say thank you. Personally, I feel that southbound off of Highway 16 is extremely important to our community. We all know what Garrity's like. I was on 10 Mile the other day at rush hour, and I know what that's like. And so with projects like Project Bronco potentially coming in and adding to the traffic, having, something there, a southbound ramp, obviously this is not a funded project. I mean, the entire thing, and it's a very expensive project. Southbound, at best, is another 30, 40 years away. But part of our responsibility today is to make sure that we are planning for the future with the growth that we're anticipating. And so none of us may be sitting here in 30 to 40 years. However, there will be people that talk about whether or not we planned, right? And so it's important that we plan. And I just want to say thank you. You guys have done a good job. It has not been easy. And especially, they had a board meeting last week, and I don't know if we're all aware of how difficult it is for the ITD board to advocate on behalf of projects here, especially at the dollar values, when there are road needs across the state of Idaho. And sometimes it's perceived that the Treasure Valley gets more than their fair share. Unfortunately, we do have huge growth, and we need to plan for that growth. And so the ITD board and staff has that unique opportunity to very objectively represent all that, and you guys do a good job of it. So thank you for your work.
Of course, Mayor, thank you for saying that.
It's appreciated.
It is a challenge, but I want to reiterate our great working relationship and how responsive staff are. Even though they come with requests or action items, they also come with great ideas. So thank you.
Yeah, we have great staff. Does anyone have any questions?
Just a comment, just have millennials and Gen Xers involved with this. 2045, some of it sounds a long ways away, but it's important, so, yeah.
It is.
Mayor, I have a question. So tell me what the priority for 16 is for, for Canyon County, since this is probably one of the most well-traveled areas of all. What are you thinking in terms of years, or when can we see something being done on this?
Mayor and Councilman, if I had a crystal ball, I'm not sure if I would trust what
Oh,
it
I
said
see.
anyways. So the corridors is partially funded for right-of-way preservation and acquisition. The 90 million is probably, it's not far off from our preliminary numbers that we have. It's not 2 or 3 times that much, thankfully. But construction is still not funded. And you asked about priorities, and so I would reiterate the Compass priorities. So it's not just Canyon County or this community, but our regional priorities are first Interstate 84, then State Street, and then Chinden, and then Highway 55, and then number 5 is State Highway 16. But there are elements of all of those corridors now that are funded, and so as the priorities shift, we want to be ready with this corridor.
Yes, thank you. Both Mayor and I are on the Compass Board, and we hear different directions, I guess, or priorities. So I wanted to make it clear that if the 16 would benefit Canyon County or Nampa by a long ways, but I don't know. I guess we'll have to work on that down the road. So thank you. I just wanted to make that point with you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your time. Go ahead.
Mayor, if I could have just 30 seconds more. I gave everybody a postcard. This is for the I-84 corridor. We have a number of projects going on in your community and west of here. You can find all the information you need on our website and how to contact us. And then also, ITD has started a podcast. And right now, it's focused on expansion in Canyon County and the I-84 corridor. I encourage you to download that and listen to it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you so much. We'll have to listen. So we have another presentation, and I accidentally skipped over it. And Kirk Carpenter, go ahead and come forward because he has a presentation to make. And a great news and announcement.
Yes, it has been a busy week. And we don't have a presentation, but I do have a letter to read. Unfortunately, it turns out I don't have the keys to everything. So the piece that we wanted to present, I won't be able to get, but we will do it together.
Okay.
So as council members, you guys know we don't get to recognize people that do amazing things very often, but unfortunately, you're in a position of people who know who you are. So we get to recognize one of you tonight. So I'd like to actually read a letter. This is from one of our company officers that was on an emergency scene, and then recognize Councilman Hogaboom for works that he did. So purpose of this letter is to share my experience at a fire that took place on May 10th of 2019 at the Ashley Manor Assisted Living Facility on Midland Boulevard in Nampa. On the evening of Friday, May 10th, Engine 4, Squad 1, Engine 1, and Engine 3 of the Nampa Fire Department were called to the fire scene. Fire started on a fence and extended up the side of the assisted care facility, putting the non-ambulatory tenants at risk. With the assistance of Ashley Manor nurses, members of the Nampa Fire Department, Nampa Police Department, the tenants were exited from the adjoining structures in the event the fire spread. We were successful in keeping the property damage and threat to a minimum, but it took 20 minutes before we were able to clear the smoke and transport tenants back inside. During this time, Nampa Fire, Nampa Police, and Councilman Rick Hogaboom, who happened to be passing by and generously offered his support, tended to the assisted care facility tenants. It was a great show of support for the members of the fire, police. It was a great show of support for the members of Nampa Fire, Nampa Police, and Council Hogaboom to work together to ensure the residents were given the assistance they needed. They ensured the residents were comfortable while they were waiting outside during the transition back inside and once they were returned to their rooms. This team effort is one in which the city of Nampa should be proud, as it resembles what we all believe in. We are one team with one mission to serve the Nampa community. I personally felt honored to be a part of it and witness such collaboration and care. I thank Mayor Kling for her leadership and hope she is proud for all those involved. Thank you respectfully, Captain Ben Tassos, Engine 4, Nampa Fire. So we wanted to publicly thank you. You know, we don't have, as citizens, we don't have to stop and help. And in fact, in our line of work, we see more than not that people are more than willing to call, but they're not willing to stop and invest in another citizen. So appreciate you stopping, and appreciate you representing the city of Nampa and our core values very well. So thank you very much.
Nice.
So, we do have a certificate of appreciation or a letter of recognition and a challenge coin, but I don't have the key to that locker. So, and the good news that the mayor was talking about that I wanted to bring mayor and council all aware of is I had the privilege and honor of promoting 2 new positions within our fire department. Replacing myself as chief of operations, we were able to promote both positions within. Battalion Chief Chris King was promoted to our deputy chief of operations. And knowing that Chief Davies will be retiring in the near future, we didn't want to lose that historic data. Working with Doug and the mayor, we found room in my budget to overlap another promotion and be able to allow Chief Davies to mentor Captain Nick Adams, who will be promoted to a chief's position within our department. I'm pretty excited. We had multiple promotions today for company officer and battalion chief, so good things happening in the fire department. We're moving forward and learning how to do budgets and all kinds of stuff. So I appreciate the opportunity and hope that to continue to make you guys proud. So thank you.
Good job. Yes, Councilman
Quick
Hochbaum.
comment. The firefighters did a great job, as well as the police. I was just driving by and saw flames, and fire and police weren't there yet, and I knew that was assisted living, and it wasn't a good sign to not see people on the outside. So there's a bunch of other good Samaritans that stopped and got people out, and the fire worked its way on the exterior of the building, but they got there in time. If it was a couple more minutes, and if people didn't get people out of the building, the story would be different. So response time is key.
Yes.
Yeah.
So just real quick, unfortunately, we don't know the names of all those other good citizens. We know
Yeah.
his face, so we knew who he was, so we could recognize him. And I think we probably, as a fire department, we take for granted our partnership with PD. That's not normal to have police officers that would do stuff like that for the fire department. So that relationship, one, I've been had the privilege of being a part of, but I think I probably take that for granted. And so thank you, Chief Huff. I appreciate your leadership. I appreciate the guys that put themselves at risk to make sure our community was safe. So thanks for
Thank
bringing
you.
that up.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
You know, I'm hearing it around the community, but I don't know if we know what a special community we have here. Because where we have the camaraderie between our police and fire, and the teamwork, the excellence, the integrity, the standard by which our leaders, and it began with Chief Huff in your core values, right? And Chief Carpenter, you're pulling right alongside the focus of customer service and stewardship that is coming from the city. And I tell you what, we have so many departments that are walking this out. And I am so proud of the work that's being done, because this doesn't happen everywhere, but it's happening in our community. And we can be extremely thankful for the people that are actually making it happen. So thank you. Okay, so let's move to staff communications, and we'll start with Rodney.
Mayor and City Council, it is good to be before you today. I'd just like to give a quick update on some activities that Planning and Zoning is working on, the Planning and Zoning Department, and then seek your general direction on some of the items that we'll discuss today. The past 20 years, the zoning code for the city has been developed and primarily interpreted by a single staff member. Now that individual has left the city, some of the ambiguous wording in the code has made it difficult for citizens and developers and planning and zoning staff and commission and even this board to respond to. I forgot to put my presentation up. Thank you. So we are, in response to this need, we are working closely with our attorney's office, the city attorney's office, to clarify this code. This will require periodic presentations and workshops with the Planning and Zoning Commission as well as the City Council. We are also working to update the content, some of the content of the zoning code. This is needed for multiple reasons, including changes in our culture, our market demand, and in response to development trends and best management practices in planning. Some of the content we will be reviewing includes storage units and their standards, alternative residential housing. Just as a side note quickly, we recently toured as a department a company over in Caldwell who is producing those shipping container housing to try to see how we need to respond to this new type of housing. Mixed-use development, what that means for the zoning code, not just for the comprehensive plan. Infill development, how we can continue to encourage that, and lots of others. And we'd seek your direction on some of these items. So just today, we're going to touch on storage units as our first item of interest. Throughout the valley-wide, planners are seeing an increase in demand for storage units. In the last 2 years, we have had 14 storage unit developments apply for planning and zoning or building department entitlements. In the last few months, planning and zoning staff has seen a dramatic increase in interest to develop more storage units, averaging 1 new request for information every day. And that doesn't always translate to development of those storage units, but it certainly has been an increase in interest. I spoke with multiple planners throughout the valley about this issue, and they are finding the same thing throughout the Treasure Valley. These units primarily support residential uses, and developers desire locations on major roadways, which provide easy access. As public servants, planning and zoning staff is trying to balance the demand for storage units with the concerns they present. And I've listed just 3 of those concerns. In general terms, I will present some of the code changes NAMPA planning and zoning staff are considering, and then look to you for your direction on these proposed changes, which then we will develop in detail and return back to you for adoption if you wish. The first of these concerns is regarding the visual impact on major corridors. The typical storage unit development from the past is characterized by long stretches of blank walls or fencing right at setback. Building materials are often lower quality and provide little visual interest. I think we've made some progress in these regards over the last several years, but this is the typical concern, and whether we want that to be one of the visual impacts to our community. We have some limited design regulations for storage units in the RP and the BN zone. These zones are intended to be transitional zones from commercial to residential, create kind of a buffer. The regulations in these zones include requiring facade changes and specifying allowed external building materials and building height. No other zones have these conditions. NAMPA staff is considering requiring a conditional use permit for any storage unit development in the city. That's one of the considerations we'd like to hear back from you on. The City of Meridian is considering changes to their code to encourage storage unit development to not be accessed off of arterial roadways. In Nampa, the zoning code requires a 15-foot setback and landscaping along our arterial roadways to encourage safety, provide room for sidewalks, and enhance the appearance of major roadways in Nampa. Staff is considering whether additional setbacks and landscaping requirements should apply to storage unit developments. Nampa staff is also considering requiring minimum percentages of differing land uses in areas identified on the comp plan future land use map as mixed use to encourage the actual mixed use and not just allow for a single single use in a mixed use designated area on our comp plan. Okay, so another concern is that because of their appearance, storage units are often found in industrial areas. However, permitting storage units on land designated for intense utility and transportation needs consumes prime and limited industrial land with uses that many consider not its highest and best use. Connections to rail and truck routes, high voltage power, large sewer lines, and multiple other utilities, including water and sewer, gas, and which do not require access to rail and truck routes. The zoning for the area in this picture is industrial park, so let me show you there. The kind of pink on the screen is industrial park. The gray is light industrial. And you can see, is this a pointer? Yeah. You can see here the storage unit development here, all the way around here. And then I just picked one property within that industrial park designation, and it was this one here, just to compare it there. You can see this is just an online view of what's in this business right here. You can see the utilities, power demand is more significant than it would be for this entire piece of land for storage units. So it is a concern. We're using that land for things that are not intensive needs for utilities, which are designated though for industrial. Okay. And I'm almost done. The final concern is the limited economic benefit that storage units provide to the community. The building department contracts with Galena Consulting to run a fiscal impact analysis of city government costs to service a land use with utilities, transportation, and all other city services. He then compares the cost to the benefits or the taxes that the development provides back to the city. Based on the preliminary and initial analysis, it appears that of the industrial uses, storage units rank among one of the lowest economic benefits or generators to the city. In addition, they provide few long-term jobs for the use of large amounts of land. And I thought, you can't see it too well on here, but there's multiple people working in this environment. While you may have in the storage unit a single or maybe 1 to 3 people staffing the storage unit in this office location. Storage units have a place in our community, but staff is trying to analyze where that place should be. We are considering additional zones that, with adequate design standards, could be better alternative for storage units. And I forgot to mention that we are also considering eliminating storage units as an option for industrial zones to preserve that industrial designation. And then again, we're just looking at the highest and best use for these properties and wanting to do our best to use the land appropriately and wisely. So with that, staff would appreciate council's thoughts on any of these approaches to guide us in our update to the zoning code.
Mayor, thank you. Rodney, I have a question. Toward the beginning of your presentation, you were talking about the interest or the demand versus needs. So when you say that there's a demand by developers wanting to build storage units, or there is a demand from our residents moving in to have a storage unit?
That's a good question. We interpret that as when there is a demand from a developer, that they're responding to a market demand that they see in the community.
Thank you.
So I'd like to say, and I'm going to take good, bad, or indifferent responsibility for this encouraged report to the council. the thing that I've come to realize is that we have a finite amount of ground available within our impact area and within our city limits. And as we look to the future, from a tax revenue, economic benefit, jobs, we need to be looking at the highest and best use of our ground. And so fortunately, with Ann Westcott and her company, they have created a modeling that they can do to do the economic, to really study the economic impact. And I asked if we would look at that. And when you see the long-term economic impact of storage units, it is low, because it doesn't produce jobs and it produces low tax revenue. If we did have recently it was more commercial storage go in an industrial area along a rail. Well, rail access is extremely valuable ground, and it really made me think, what are we going to do long-term with some of our valuable ground when the best development on that ground is not a storage unit? We need jobs, and we need the best tax revenue that we can get for the long-term benefit of our citizens. Otherwise, we're going to continue with the high taxes. And so our citizens are saying, get our taxes down. Well, one way to do that is we need to be considering the highest and best use of the ground that we have within our area. And when we did the modeling, it was very clear that the tax revenue that is actually generated long-term, and we're talking 20-year modeling, again, it's not short-term benefit, it's long-term. Once the ground's gone, it's gone. And we can't correct it. And so I think it's extremely important that we as a community, and this is a council direction, make a decision as to how we're going to utilize our ground, and if we need to make changes to our codes in order to protect the valuable ground that we have. And so we don't have to make a decision tonight. However, it's important. We've got a lot of storage units that are right on the docket getting ready to come in, and they're in some very key areas that they could come in without any approval because they would be allowable in the zoned use, and they're key arterials into our community, and is that the face and what we want people to see when they're coming into our community? So I'd like to we're posing that to the council for your input.
Is it possible to, I didn't see in the packet maybe some of that modeling that you're referring to, the numbers, because I think, not that I'm looking to start a business, but once in a while I'll see articles on the best business to start, and right now they say storage units, precisely because they say it's low overhead, low taxes, and monthly reoccurring revenue, and so I get why people are trying to get in and do it, so.
But it's not good for the city.
Well, yeah, so
It's not good for our citizens.
I'd like to look at the
Yeah.
modeling just to see what the revenue is, and if the cost for taxpayers to fund the infrastructure that's surrounding is not being recouped, then if there's sort of a cost shift or a subsidy for that, then I'd be open to exploring things. Otherwise, I don't like tweaking property rights, but at the same time, I understand it's valuable land. Taxpayers are funding the infrastructure around it. And from what I hear, industrial is, we're prepared as a city to deliver utilities at high demand capacity in this area, and the storage units aren't accessing what we're hoping to deliver. And did I hear you correctly?
That's correct.
Yeah.
So the City of Nampa staff are going to be looking at land use designations, and we have to interpret what that might mean or demand from our utilities, right? So I'd look to Tom for specifics here, but in general, we have to plan out ahead for where those services are going to be needed. And so we will make changes to what we do now with our utilities based on a future projection of that land. So, yeah.
Is it, just last comment, is it possible to get some of what you're referring to as far as the modeling?
Absolutely. Yep.
I'd just be curious. Thank you.
We will. Okay, we'll get that out.
Mayor Kling, Rodney, thank you for this presentation, because I've been saying all along, even when I was on planning and zoning, that we're missing something here as far as revenue and land use. So I agree with you on this. We need to take a good hard look at it. I cringe when I see good land go to a facility like this, but then again, sometimes they're good, but then sometimes we're not making a good decision by allowing so many of these come into town here, because we're hurting. I think we need to bring that up, so thank you, and I appreciate that.
I'll say a focus long-term is that we need jobs for our citizens.
Yes.
Our poverty rates are low, and we need to, in my opinion, we need to make sure that we're preserving the right land for the right purposes, and that's jobs with livable wages for our citizens. So, Councilman Skog.
Madam Mayor, fellow council members, actually, we need more workers right now. We're short on workers. We've got really low, but we need better jobs, I think is what you're saying, better paying jobs. I'm supportive of a CUP and protecting the industrial ground, balanced with, we've got the landowners, just like a farmer selling his property, saying, well, I just want to develop whatever I want. So we do need to look at this. I thank you for bringing it up.
Okay, thank you. I think that's your direction, so we'll come back.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, it is 10 after 7, and we will move on to the staff reports after public hearings. So we will move into public hearings right now. And our first public hearing this evening, thank you. This is to consider an increase in wastewater rates and fees for operations, maintenance, and systematic replacement of supply and infrastructure in order to continue to provide continuous and reliable utility services. And Nate, I have you down as presenting on this, or is it Tom? It's Tom?
Mayor and council, Tiffany, can you come up here for just a second? So I just want to take an opportunity to introduce Tiffany McCree. She's our, in our public works section, but she's our new public information coordinator. She's been helping out Amy with news releases, and one of the first things that she did for us was with a news release for this wastewater increase. So she'll be doing, we're really glad to have her, and we got a lot of information we want to get out and communicate. So just wanted to let you know that she's on board now, and we're excited.
Super happy to be here.
We're glad to have you.
Sorry, are you taking Daniel's office then, or? Okay, okay, I hear he has the nicest office.
Jan is in the old building still.
No, he's not.
So,
I know.
Mayor, if there's actually two public hearings, number 1 and 2, which are both similar, as if it was okay with council and legal, if we could hear the public information on both of these and then vote separately?
We probably could. We actually, just for council purposes, we do not have anyone signed up for public hearing 1 or 2. And so the second one is to consider, they're both to consider increase in our wastewater rates. The first one is rates, fees for operations. The second one is an increase in wastewater hookup fees. And so is there any problem with going ahead and doing a presentation and opening the public hearing on both together?
No, Mayor, that's fine. The important thing is we make sure that everybody, if there is anybody that wants to speak to it, to either one of these, has time to do that.
Perfect. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Okay, so this is a public hearing for proposed wastewater rate increases and hookup fees. Jake and I are going to split up this presentation. So what we're proposing today is we're basically following the facility plan that was presented to you, council, last year, and also following what the citizens have authorized with the 87% yes on the bond vote. So this we're continuing the funding plan that was already set out. Why is this important? Well, first of all, we want to provide excellent customer service to our customers. We want to maintain our infrastructure and preserve economic opportunity for the future. Also, we want to fund operations and maintenance, and we want to have high quality water quality and environmental stewards, and also provide public health and safety with the wastewater plant and its systems. So this is some slides from the last year. We asked council, which would you prefer to fund? We had 2 scenarios on rate increases. One, scenario A, was 15.5 annual increases, or the other one was 16.75. At the time last year, council said we wanted the 16.75, and the reason for that was we weren't 100% certain we'd get all of the SRF loans. Actually, the 16% was also recommended by the Board of Appraisers to the council. This slide right here kind of is the facility plan and shows you the proposed rate increases over time. You'll see in 20, we're looking at about a $5 per month increase from the previous year. That's the 16.75%. You know, these various colors represent expenditures. Some of these are building phase 2 at the plant, and some of these are starting to pay back the SRF loans that we've committed to take. So I also want to note that this goes out for a number of years, from 20 out to 24. The council said we'd like to have the smooth rate increase, and then the very end, in 2025, it was half of that. So towards the end of this presentation, I think we can actually do better than this into the future, because we're finding some savings at the plant that I'd like to talk about. This is a comparison of the rates in the Treasure Valley, so you can see where Meridian's at, you see where Caldwell's at, and Boise, and this is the combined rates for monthly rates for the utilities for water and sewer. You can see even with the increases, we're still lower than their counterparts and a lot of the folks in Idaho. So I'm going to turn it over to Jake to talk about the cost of service shift.
So Mayor and Council, what we wanted to do, looking at the increased rates, we wanted to make sure that we were charging them fairly. So in 2018, we had FCS come in and update our cost of service study. And essentially what that is a study that takes the total expenses at the plant, kind of breaks it up on the different processes that take place, takes the needed revenue requirements for those processes, and then allocates those out to the proper classes. So as you can see here with this shift, as you can see that we are taking a pretty dramatic shift from residential and putting those rates towards the industrial customers. A lot of that is just based on the need to clean up the water, and a lot of that is from taking care of a lot of the constituents that industry puts into what they discharge. Again, we brought that to council last year and asked what their wish was for that cost of service shift. We had 3 options. One was to do nothing and just leave them where they were. We also proposed a 2-year phase-in, just splitting it up in half, or do the 5-year phase-in, so incrementally shifting those charges from residential to industrial. At that time, council chose the 5-year phase-in. So what we're doing is just continuing that shift into year 2 of the 5-year phase-in. This is a table that just shows you all the different classes that we have, how those classes are made up, how many customers are in each, and kind of what customers fit into those classes. A lot of the big shift, like I said, is from SE2. A lot of their discharge is based on flow and very little constituents. So moving a lot of that expense in the treatment of the water from the flow aspect to the large industry and other users that are using a lot of those constituents. This is a snapshot of what that phase-in looked like at the time. These are the rates in 2018. So this is just, kind of a reminder of what the different rates would look like had you taken the full cost of service shift 2-year phase-in or the 5-year phase-in. You can see how residential's subsidizing part of those rates at $8.81 instead of the $8.56, kind of creating less of a large increase to the industrial customers that see a large swing in their bills. And so with that, like I said, we're just continuing on with that phase-in. So this year, part of the rates, you'll see the different classes are seeing a little bit larger increase than others. And then as Tom pointed out, part of our rate increase is also for the hookup fees. That's for new users to come in and buy into our system. We brought it to you guys last year, and again, you chose to look at hookup fees annually. And in doing so, if we didn't have drastic changes in the plant, we would just use a CPI or some sort of index to make the justification for those increases. This year, we don't have any large upgrades to the plant in operations, so we can't look at the dollars we've spent there and add that to the proper calculation. That will probably come forward next year when phase 1 is in place and running. So this year we just took an index. Usually in years past we've used ENR, which is a regional index based on a lot of just construction supplies, so cement, steel, pipe, what have you. A little different than CPI, which is based on the milk and eggs and just a lot of the consumer products. It was your guys' request last year. They tried to find something a little bit more regional, more to the West Coast. So in doing that, we did find a PPI West Coast Index, which is based on new non-residential construction based on just the West Coast. There was 4 options to choose from. They base it on West Coast, Midwest, the East, and the South. So using the West Coast Index, it actually showed that the index increase from October of last year to this year was 6.09%. So that is the increase that we are proposing for hookup fees. And with that, I will turn it back over to Tom.
So this graph shows our fund projections over time. We've got our revenue and expense, and here's 2020 today, or what we're deciding on for 2020. The green line is our fund balance. So you can see that we have a ramp up of construction with this is the phase 2 and starting to pay off our SRF loans. We got a lot of work to do in the next few years, and we're actually going right around our fund balance during that time frame. So that's why we're wanting to continue with the plan of the 16.75%, or recommending that in order to fund some of these larger construction projects. And as we get towards the tail end, or some of these costs and savings are known, we can start reanalyzing the ask on the rate increase and maybe drop some off at the tail end of the years. You can see on Jake's projections, as you get a couple of years into construction, we're starting to potentially getting some balance up. So these are the years that we can be looking at having a different rate increase, which is really good news. And so we're excited to see that. So how's that happening? We know these are difficult decisions to do rate increases, and we've been challenging the team to find ways to save funds, and we've been getting a lot of help from the Design Review Committee as well. They've been helpful in helping identifying ways to be more efficient. So we found at least $17 to $25 million off the original facility plan to date, and we feel pretty good about those. Here's an example of some of those. If we get a reuse permit, we'll require less filtration, and that'll save quite a bit of money on our filters. The teams come up with the idea of, instead of building a brand new laboratory, just to repurpose an existing building. So that'll save a couple $1 million there. There's an item in your packet today that Nate's going to talk about, Digester 5, and moving that forward. It's the first piece of phase 2. So we were planning to build that about 3 to 4 years ahead of the schedule, which saves inflationary costs, which is another $3 million off the original facility plan. And then another idea is co-thickening. And we already built a building that we just went with the EPA today on our solids handling, so we can add some more equipment to that and not have to build a new building. So that's another cost saving. So they keep adding up, and we'll keep looking for them, and we're feeling good about the direction we're going. So can I answer any questions about?
Yeah, I have a question. I appreciated the percentage on the percent change that you provided in the hookup fee chart. I just was doing some quick math on the other chart, the cost of service shift, and while that's provided, there isn't a percentage change like you have in the hookup fees, so the other one. And so while the circle graph shows, and it states a shift to industrial as far as bearing the aggregate total costs kind of gross. As far as the percentage is concerned, the percentage, if maybe I didn't hear it right, but the percentage actually goes up higher for residential than it does for industrial.
It's actually, Council Hagerboom, it's opposite. So we're shifting costs from residential to industrial because the residential is generally flow versus the industrial. They have all the constituents that we need to be removed, which is, there's a lot more cost on a plant.
Okay, what I was referring is to the 760 monthly base per account to 881. That's a 15.9% increase with the $1.21 variance divided by 760. Whereas the industrial, the 2,374.99 to 2714.55 is a $339.56 variance for 14.3% increase. So the industrial percentage is actually less than the residential, at least in the figures that I came up with.
Again, that graph that we showed here was actually last year's graph. That number is different, and it's not shown in this presentation. So the 881 is the starting point for this year. And the new percentage for SE2 is 16.12% compared to industrial, which in this year is 14.24. So it is less than the 16.75, but it is still more than industrial.
Okay, so you're referring to something that's different than what this is? Okay, that's what threw me off.
We didn't include because we thought it would cause confusion.
No, it provided clarity for me. Sorry. All right, thank you.
So I think last time and this time, it's the same concern I have. We have to do the increase, and we voted, and it's extremely important. Probably the greatest concern I have is the burden that our industry is carrying, because that's jobs, that's profitability, and business is important for us to sustain as a community. And so are our industrial users aware of this increase that's coming to them? Have we reached out to them so that they're aware of this increase?
Yeah, and a lot of the impacted industries are actually on our design review committee, so they're part of the team.
Right, so they're aware, though, of the other increase coming this year? Okay.
Yeah.
The large ones are. I don't know
Large
about the
ones are.
smaller industry, but as far as, yeah, they're every session, Mayor, they're amalgamated, et cetera. They're always in those sessions.
That's the hardest thing about this. It's necessary, we have to do it. It is impactful, which is challenging, but we have to, I mean, there's no option that we do it. We have a committed plan, we have the funding to get it done. It's all good. It's just recognizing that businesses, the startup businesses, when they come in, depending on the industry, it is impactful with our hookup fees, et cetera. But hookup fees are part of the growth funding growth, right? Which is important. So while we hate to have increases in rates, it's necessary for us to get where we have to go.
So, Madam Mayor, just a question, or maybe just a request. I don't even know if I'll be here a year from now, but every year we're going to bring this back, because if we okay the 1675, which, you know, you guys are doing such a great job in finding some savings and so on, I'm a little reluctant. But if we do decide to do that tonight, I want us reviewing it on an annual basis and not just be waiting, when you say at the tail end. That kind of troubled me a little bit when I heard, well, maybe at the tail end. Because we all, as citizens, kind of just know once something's set, usually we don't get a decrease in time. And I think we want to be looking at that every year.
Mayor, Council Bruno, yeah, we
Okay.
will commit to that, yes.
Okay.
We've been talking about that as a group and a team. These are one-year decisions to make these increases. It's not multiple years.
However, we have to be committed if we're going to fund the work that's being done. And that's what that projection is. That's the hard part. And I feel for this, because, I mean, we're all paying for it. We're part of it. But if we're going to accomplish and fulfill the terms of the loan that we have
No, I
to
understand.
get the work done, it's going to have to be there.
Just want to keep that incentive of
Yeah.
finding those savings.
Mhm.
Okay.
Absolutely, I agree. So if there are no other questions at this time, do you have anything else you'd like to share? So this is a public hearing, And as stated, we have two different issues within the public hearing. One is the increase in the wastewater rates for fees and operations. The other is the increase for wastewater hookup fees. So we do not have anyone signed up to testify on behalf of or against either one of these. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to testify or had intended to, in support of or in opposition to? So seeing no one, and in that this was, unless there is any other comment from staff, I would stand for a motion to close public.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call. Or all in favor, excuse me.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, sorry about that. Okay, so what is the council's will on both of these?
Madam Mayor, fellow council members, growing government, I don't want to forget, growing federal government is what brought this on in the first place, with some unreasonable demands about our phosphorus levels. But we didn't really have a choice. Part of this is our growing community, which is growing really fast, so we have to do this. But also, remember, we get to go to prison if we don't fund this. And that's a very real statute, federal statute. So that's what brings growing costs. But I don't want people to forget that you can blame our feds for millions and millions and millions of this for the phosphorus levels. But as a community, we voted on the best way to do this, a lot of hard work by staff, this council, past council, this mayor, past mayors. And so we've bought our ticket, and now we've got to take the ride. So with that, I'll make the motion that we approve the increase in wastewater rates and fees and increase in wastewater hookup fees as presented.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion?
Mayor, if I could.
Yes.
One thing that Councilman Skog didn't mention, but it's because we did try to do what we could, alternative funding and alternative ways to keep from increasing all these fees. But we fought hard, and I think it came down to the federal government says you're going to do, and we don't have a choice. So thank you for all the council and the mayor and the community who actually helped us decide this, not just us. And I think we're going in the right direction, and we're going to have to bite the bullet. So thank you.
Any further discussion? Hearing none?
Clarification purposes, this is
Yes.
items 6.1 and 6.2.
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay, roll call. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Bruner?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Hogaboom?
Yes.
Skog?
Yes.
Item 6.3 on the agenda has been postponed until further notice, but I would stand for a motion to continue this hearing to a date and certain time, which would be June 3rd, 2019 at 7 p.m. here in council chambers.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I request that we postpone this until June the 3rd for additional hearing information.
Okay, and as stated.
Second?
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Roll call. Bruner?
Yes.
Hogaboom?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Skog?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Our next public hearing is item 6.4 on the agenda. This is the Brownstone Estates subdivision at 12203 West Karcher Road. This is a 14 fourplex lots for a total of 56 multifamily dwelling units on 6.63 acres for 8.8 units per gross acre, and 94 single-family detached dwellings on 24.36 acres for 3.85 units per gross acre. This is an approximate 30.8 acre parcel of land located in the northeast quarter section. It's in Nampa, and I'm not going to go through all the numbers. There are two pieces to this particular. One is a zoning map amendment from RS 8.5 to RS 7 for approximately 25 acres, and a zoning map amendment from RS 8.5 to RP Residential Professional District Zone for approximately 2 acres. Those are both at 12203 West Karcher Road. And this is for Kent Brown representing Providence Properties. The second portion of this public hearing is a modification and annexation and zoning development agreements between Quantum Investments Realty and the City of Nampa. So we've got the zoning map amendment, and then we've got a modification for annexation and zoning development agreements. Both of these are going to be done under one public hearing. So I would like to know, is the applicant present? Thank you. Thank you. As you know, the robes stating your name and who you're with.
For the record, Kent Brown, 3161 East Springwood, Meridian, Idaho, and I'm grateful to be here this evening. Clarification, this property's already been annexed and already zoned. We are asking for a zoning change and the DA. So the previous approval on this site had 3.62 units per acre on the single-family portion. And as the mayor read the report, it's now 3.85, so it's slightly increased. Kind of should be noted that this is like the very northwest corner of your impact area. The property to the west of us and the property to the north is in Caldwell's impact area. The property to the south and to the east is within your impact area. The design of the overall development, we have the multifamily located here that is in that RP zone. The part that has changed with that is just the slight configuration difference from the previous layout that had a commercial access or a commercial component there. That commercial component still had this same road access to Karcher that was a right in, right out, which is what ITD is saying that we can now do. It is actually downgraded from the commercial access that would have had a lot more traffic versus the multifamily. And then in the design of this, there's no connection at this point. The connection all comes out to the south. This entrance here is 990 feet from the intersection, and this intersection here is 1,250 feet from the intersection. The traffic study calls for most of the traffic to come out to the east versus the traffic going to the north. ITD has required us with this connection to make sure that we make the necessary improvements to Karcher that ensure that that is a right in, right out, which helps keeps that traffic moving on Karcher Road. The DA modification is basically to match this current site plan and to allow the RS 8.5 or the RS 7 zoning that we're seeking for this residential portion. I provided to Christie some elevations if you'd like to see some of those. We have some smaller homes that are located just to the south of where the apartments are. And we have some elevations of what the apartments would be. The overall design, what that does is you have a busy road with lots of traffic. By putting the apartments along Karcher Road and along that southerly side, it helps buffer those homes. The interesting thing is that the other developments that are existing out there have similar lot sizes to what we're proposing, so we're very consistent with that. The biggest change, I would say, is the apartments versus the commercial. That's always a question whether commercial with a right in, right out can be successful or not. Apartment dwellers have a tendency to travel at different times, so they don't meet all the expected norms. Good examples are if the apartment dweller might eat out more than maybe someone that has a single family home. And so they have a tendency not to have to hurry home, to be home at a certain time. So the traffic numbers for apartments are a lot less than per unit than what it is for a single family home. The rule of thumb is that you count 10 per every single family home, and for apartments the rule of thumb is 7 per unit, so the numbers are different. I believe I've covered everything. Just a reminder, we're doing rezone from an RS 8.5 to an RS 7 that is for the single-family portion of the development. And then we're doing a DA mod to match this current site plan that has been approved by planning and zoning. Do you have any questions for me?
Mayor Kling. Mr. Brown, you talked about the behavior cycle of renters. Can you prove all that information? That they don't go out, or they go out to eat more than the homeowner and all that other stuff? I just kind of wonder about that. Because you're talking about traffic, what you're doing.
And it ends up being like a science, if you will, from a traffic engineer, and it's just me talking with those traffic engineers. I'm sure that they can talk about the numbers. Daniel might be able to talk about those numbers better than I can. But that's what I've been told as I work with different traffic engineers for the last 30 years doing this job.
I see. So it's just a matter of your opinion, basically, right now?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Are there any?
Yeah, I had a follow-up question on that. You referred to the behavior, but are the trips based on the unit size, the number of people living in the unit, and less the behavior?
No, when we're counting vehicle trips, we're counting each time. So the mailman coming, that's counted as a vehicle trip, both whether a residential or single family. The garbage man, the husband or wife, or the people living in the unit coming and going, each one of those counts as a trip.
But you're multiplying it by 4 on
Right, on a fourplex, you are
Yes.
counting, well, you're going per unit,
Yeah.
not, and on a single-family home, you're doing it per home, so yes.
Okay.
It's per unit.
Are there any other questions? Okay, we will have the opportunity for you to come back at the conclusion of the public hearing, so thank you so much. Okay, now for the staff report. Christy.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor and council members. Christy Watkins, planner with the City of Nampa. So in reference to Brownstone Estates, the original RP zoned area was 3.55 acres, and is requested to be expanded to 6.36 acres to provide for parking area and such that comes along with multifamily housing. It is intended to be, the RP zone is intended to be a less intensive land use district than a standard commercial zone, and it may be used for various different purposes. Is intended to be a buffer between commercial and single-family residential areas, which in this case, it is serving its purpose. The previous layout proposed professional offices in the 3.55 acre area, and the new proposed development for the 6.36 acre area is anticipating multifamily units. In this case, the RP zone does not require design review along that corridor. The original RS 8.5 zoned area was 27.02 acres and was requested to be decreased to 24.86 acres and be rezoned to RS 7 that requires a 7,000 square foot minimum lot size. The RS 7 district is designed to accommodate medium-density single-family developments with 7,000 square foot lot sizes and varied lot sizes with an average of 8,000 square feet overall, which allows for some smaller infill lots that you can see just south of the multifamily there. Those would be the infill lots that they would be proposing. The comprehensive plan designates the residential area as medium-density residential, which is 4 to 9 units per acre. They are proposing 3.85 in the single-family residential zone. The Karcher frontage in the comprehensive plan is designated as neighborhood commercial, so that fits within the definition that is being proposed here in the RP zone. There are 2 approved development agreements associated with the approved development plan. The building styles and types and densities are already assigned to the property via ordinance 3771, and 3772, which are attached in your packets. That entitlement runs with the land until otherwise changed. The present application from the commission proposes a change to the original agreements, including replacing the approved office concept site plan with a fourplex layout as shown in the preliminary plat, for the RP zoned portion of the property and new elevations and minimum lot size requirements for the RS7 zoned property. The request is to replace the 2 attached development agreements with a brand-new one that includes both zones. This will include the preliminary plat and elevations for the structures, the single-family structures and the multifamily structures. Access onto Karcher Road, you have received some additional information this evening from ITD, and there's some emails there also that we received today in our department. The Idaho Transportation Department sent over their traffic impact study acceptance letter. This letter states that the parcel was previously issued a permit for a 40-foot right-in, right-out access with a permanent device in the form of a pork chop island in the approach to the development, or a center median installed in concrete in Karcher Road, or sure curb traffic separators. And we can talk more about what those are. A new right-of-way permit with ITD showing the proposed treatment should be listed as a condition of approval for this project, as that is what ITD has requested. Given the proposed layout, the intent of the development, and the findings of fact noted in the staff report, the expansion of the RP zoning and the rezone from RS 8.5 to RS 7 is certainly an entertainable request and is recommended for this property. Conditions of approval may include the submittal of a new development agreement document, which will likely come before you for approval at the next city council meeting, as we already have a draft of it. The revised street names that have been required by the GIS department, a revised landscape plan, construction drawings that show building foundations and elevations for the building department, a license agreement with the irrigation district, right-of-way and erosion control permits, and an approved right-of-way permit issued by the Idaho Transportation Department, as well as any other conditions that you may see fit to impose this evening. The rezone and development agreement modification requests are deemed compliant and appropriate at this time. I will stand for any questions. If you have questions about traffic, I would turn this over to Daniel to be more specific with those answers.
Councilman Haverfield.
Mayor Kling, Christie, I assume the connectivity to the city limits is on the south boundary, is that correct?
I'll get that. Yes, Councilman Haverfield,
Okay.
that is correct.
So east and west sides are Canyon County property. And then it indicates on the first part here that on the south, there's a planned unit development that was an RS6. Do you know how large that is? As far as, has it been developed yet, or is it just a zone?
Councilman Haverfield, it has not been developed yet. The preliminary plat for that particular subdivision has expired, so anybody that comes forward with a new one will need to resubmit for that. We've talked to a couple people about what they want to do there, and they've talked about re-upping the original preliminary plat, but there hasn't been anything resubmitted.
So an RS6, so the RS7 would actually be a less dense proposal than the RS6 that's already in place south of this property.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for Christie at this time? Seeing none, we will have you back.
Would you like to speak to Daniel?
Unless there are questions at this time, we could be calling upon you at the end of the public hearing. So thank you very much. So this is a public hearing, and we have a number of people that have signed up to testify this evening. So at this time, I'm not seeing that I have anyone really signed up to support this project. Is there someone that had intended to sign up in support of this project that did not get signed up? Okay, so we're going to go through the list. Just as a reminder, in a public hearing, you have 3 minutes to speak. We will time you. Our clerk will let you know if you're past that 3-minute time frame. You are not required to speak in order for your voice to be heard. If someone feels like someone has already said what they would like to say, you are certainly welcome to come forward and say, I support the other comment, rather than having to speak if that's what your desire is. So the first person that we have signed up is Nancy Newelt. And Nancy, as you come, even though you've written down, and I'll say this to everyone, even though you've written down your name and address, go ahead and state your name and address for us so that you're of record.
Hi, my name is Nancy Newelt. Excuse me. I live at 12537 Deerbrush Court, Nampa, Idaho. Thank you very much for your time here tonight. Appreciate it. As a resident along Karcher Road in one of the subdivisions, I have personally felt the impact of the increase in traffic, of the growth that's going on off of Karcher, as well as all these wonderful people that have come here tonight. I'm actually part of the problem because I bought property along Karcher Road. I understand. The other day, to give an example, I was coming out of my residence there, turning right, going west on Karcher, which is not crossing both lanes, just turning right. I waited for 68 vehicles to go by, 68 vehicles to go by before I could go on to Karcher. Karcher can't take any more traffic, especially with this multi-family proposal of the zone change. There's more expansions and planning that need to be done ahead of this. It's dangerous. We had a death this year. Somebody on Karcher trying to turn left into their subdivision, no turning lane. The gentleman said that there's going to be a right turn only in there and a right turn exit only. Well, in order to get to that property, they're going to have to go down Karcher. If they want to enter on Karcher, they're going to have to go down farther, turn around and come back to enter in to that subdivision, creating even more. They'll have maybe a turn lane or a median or whatever is proposed. We don't have that to be able to turn in. And so it's creating more and more traffic. This will impact Karcher. It'll impact Midway, Middleton, Caldwell Boulevard, and I-84. I'm going to give you some statistics because I just wanted to show specifically, not just say, oh, somebody told me that this is what's going to happen. I have actual statistics. Now, unfortunately, ITD doesn't have up to 2019 on some of these because they're not going to have them until the fall. But this will give you an idea of the increase in the past couple years. It's gone 12% increase from 2017 to 18 on Karcher, our section. It's gone 14% increase in January on Karcher, our section. On January 2018, there were 15,993 cars average. 2019, there were 19,444. I guess my time is up. Okay, I have lots of statistics showing the increase in the traffic.
Madam Mayor, I'll just make the question. Sounds like you are very well prepared.
I am.
I guess, if some of you, as the mayor, just requested, if you're just going to agree, is this your spokesperson? I guess I'm asking, is she your spokesperson?
I will yield my time to Nancy.
Yeah, I would be in favor, Mayor, of her continuing and giving her another 3 or whatever you desire.
Thank you, Councilman Bruner.
Thank you. Okay, so from January 2019, the increase was 14% on Karcher. SH 55, but Karcher only, not Eagle Road. 14% increase. In January of 2018, I took a date, any date there, and I picked the 19th of January 2018. 15,993 vehicles going down Karcher. 2019, same date, actually the 18th, I picked the same day of the week. 19,044 vehicles. Now think about that, 19,044 vehicles going down Karcher. In February 2018, I picked a Friday of the 16th. There were 16,422 vehicles in 2018. In February of 2019, there were 18,224 vehicles on that same date. As you can see, every year it's increasing. April 2018, 19,226 vehicles going down Karcher. April 2019, 21,164 vehicles going down Karcher the same date. I picked 5 o'clock on a Thursday of 2016, 1,220 vehicles, 5 o'clock, one day. By the way, it's a 20% increase in 2 years. I picked the same date, 2017, 1,336 in 1 hour. June 2018, the next year, 1,466 vehicles in 1 hour at 5 o'clock. This is 100 more each year for that hour, just that hour. Okay, in April of 2015 to April of 2019, there was a 42% increase in traffic on Karcher Road. Now, I tried to get accident reports from the Sheriff's Department, but since the sign went up for the hearing, you need 10 business days to get the accident reports. 10 business days didn't allow enough time to get accident reports. But as we can attest, there have been a lot of accidents. As I said, we had a death this year from somebody turning left off of Karcher. Here is the only thing that I was able to get because it goes to 2017, that's as far as they go. These orange dots represent all the accidents that have occurred. Last but not least, in 2017, the latest statistics, so you can imagine 2019, it cost the state of Idaho $4.2 billion for crashes that have occurred on our road. That's $2,420 for every person in this room in the state of Idaho. And the cost to lives, the cost to traffic, the cost to, everything that we're talking about, I am against the fourplexes going in. We know what it's going to do to our road. We can't get home. We can't get out. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Mayor Klein,
Yes,
could she come back?
yes. We have a question.
See, now you're in want.
You're on our time now. You said you live on Karcher Road?
Yes.
Do you live on the south side or the north side of Karcher Road?
North.
North side. And you said that you were trying to get on to Karcher to go west?
Yes.
And there were 68 cars going
68
west.
cars going west.
So has it been your observation that the traffic, the majority of the traffic is going westbound, or is it eastbound?
Absolutely, not true. The traffic is both ways actually now. I'm just as surprised at all the traffic from Marsing, and the statistics show that. For example, on one of the dates I gave you, let's go to 2019 of January. It was 9,877 going eastbound, 9,167 going westbound. They're pretty equitable
Yeah.
both ways.
And that's in keeping too with what we've been told in the past, that we're kind of we funnel traffic through us to other parts of Boise and away to the west as well, to where people live. So a lot of the traffic that you're talking about isn't probably from Nampa totally. It's Canyon County, it's Caldwell, it's
Sure.
whatever, that's flowing through Nampa
Sure.
to get to the interstate. So it's an interesting problem that ITD has with Karcher Road and its expansion and the traffic studies that they provide for us. And I know that on that intersection at Midway, there's a light there now, is there not?
There is a light at Midway.
Yeah, so more lights or other means of slowing traffic down is going to be important. So,
True.
yeah, thank you so
There's
much.
still the traffic, but thank you very much.
So, Madam Mayor, just quick, so clarification, the subdivision where you live personally it is west of this proposed development?
It is west of the proposed development.
And you are still in Nampa's impact
My
area?
address is in Nampa, so I'm impacted by the Nampa.
Impacted, okay.
Yeah.
She's in Caldwell?
I'm technically in Caldwell, but my address is Nampa, Idaho, and the traffic that's going by is going to affect everybody's.
Understand that.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
Just one follow-up, just to
Yes.
be clear, so it's the fourplexes mostly
Yes,
that you're
the
speaking of?
zoning of the fourplexes.
Okay.
I mean, I bought a subdivision, I get it, I understand Idaho's growing rapidly. We all get that. But the impact of fourplexes, they're 4 people per unit, 4 families per unit. And that's not like a single family would, generate as traffic, so.
Thank you.
Thank you. So the next person signed up is Gail Simmons. Gail, thank you for going ahead and reminding us of your address. And I would be curious for each of you, how many of you are, when you come up, you may have a Nampa address, but if you're not in Nampa city limits, if you could state that, if you're actually Caldwell.
That I don't know. I'm at 16357 Meander Creek Way, and it says Nampa, 83651.
Thank you.
So I don't know
That's
if I'm...
okay.
Do you have a library card? That's
No.
one way. No,
No, I
okay. Have you ever voted for any of us or against us?
No, I
No, okay, I'm sorry, just kidding.
just moved here.
Okay, all right, welcome.
Thank you.
I think Aaron just took that down.
The intent there was to clarify where you live, not
that was
anything
not to
else. That
intimidate
was
or
not to any other way, so.
That's okay.
Thank you for sharing your ideas with us. So now we will let's start at 3 minutes now. Thank you.
I don't need 3 minutes because I think Nancy addressed so much already. But one of my big concerns is how fast people go. Once they pass Midway and it narrows down to 2 lanes, they're doing 55, 60 miles an hour. And you have to, if you're trying to pull out or even turn in, it can be dangerous. I know I slow down to turn in, and this is going west, and I'll be turning right. And I really have to signal quite a ways ahead to let them know I'm going to turn, because I'll be hit if I don't, particularly at night. So if there's anything that can be done for a light or widen the road or anything, would really be helpful to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And the next person is Deborah Manning. Okay, thank you. So noted in opposition and yielded. Thank you. Summer Knight.
I'm Summer Knight, and my address is 16113 Meander Creek Way in Nampa. And just another safety concern, traffic is a huge issue for us, but another safety concern is that the City of Caldwell Fire Department is actually who would respond to this area. And just last Monday, Boise voted against a similar development with multifamily units and single-family housing because of concerns of the time it takes for Boise Fire Department to respond. And so I made a phone call just to see what that time was, and it was 4 minutes. So I made some phone calls around here and to find out who responded, and it's Caldwell, and what the response time is to this location. It's 8 minutes. Current research shows that in new developments in a 2-story unit, you have 3 to 4 minutes to escape a fire. It's estimated in the timeline that the smoke alarm would go off around 1.5 minutes. So if you immediately call the fire department, you're left with 1 to 2 minutes to get out of your house. And at that point, the Caldwell Fire Department would still be 6 to 7 minutes away. So I just wanted to bring that to your awareness as well as a safety consideration.
So I have a quick question for you. So when you asked that question, were you giving them your address?
Nope.
You were giving them
this location, yeah.
this location?
Uh-huh. And they said Caldwell is the one, Caldwell actually responds down Karcher Road to Middleton. He said it zigzags a little bit, but along Karcher Road, their response area is all the way to Middleton Road.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, and we will ask for clarification from Kirk. Council, would you like that now?
Mayor Kling, I'd just
Or-
make a point for council's knowledge. The BC zone that's on the northeast corner of that intersection is City of Caldwell as well. So I think the rest of the way west, on the north side of Karcher at least, is all City of Caldwell. We've done some planning on that corner, so I know.
That is.
Pardon? That's the Chevron station? Oh, maybe it's further to the next, is there another light then? On Lake, okay, so I had that backwards then.
So Madam Mayor, since and just so we don't skip around, I would appreciate clarification from whether it's Chief or whether it's Daniel Badger or whatever on the,
Chief Carpenter is actually here, and so let's have him come forward, and we're going to need the clarity, if you can answer this question. Chief? Thank you.
The question is if this is in a response area?
It is.
Can you tell me what intersection?
The person,
Okay, so Karcher and Midway is on one side of the road, our response area. So it would be on, what would be the east side of the road is our response area.
at Karcher and Midway, at
That
the
is
east side,
Right
so.
there is the line. Now, it does move a little bit going up and down there, but right there, at that location where everything east of Midway is our response location.
so Madam Mayor, if there's a 911 call for a fire, go.
So it is in Caldwell's. They annex that. It is in our city limits, but they annex, just like up Middleton Road in the north end of Nampa, they annex those properties into their impact area. This one's in our impact area. It's actually in the limits of the city.
It's our city limits, so that's what's confusing.
He's new.
He's new.
Looking at the thing across.
Hey, I had the same
So is
problem.
north on that? Okay.
That's north, is that correct, the layout? Okay.
It's south of Karcher. It's in your fire district. Okay, so it's south of Karcher. Okay, yeah, it is in our fire district. So I thought it was in the northwest corner, but we're talking southwest corner. It is on our side of Karcher Road then.
Okay, so we're on the south side, even though it's on the west side of is it the west
So-
side of Midway?
You have Daniel clarify, or?
Yeah, you guys can come.
Mayor?
Yes,
While
Councilwoman
Daniel,
Levi.
thank you. While Daniel's looking for that, I was wondering if the chief could enlighten us to what would be the projected response time?
For that, for our area?
Yes.
I would have to look, we would have that data because we actually respond just east of there already. We cover several neighborhoods already right there. So you're talking up Midway, we have multiple, just short, this is where that new Chevron sits? I would say we're probably pushing the 6-minute response mark. That's right
Would they
there.
come from Flamingo?
They're coming from Station 4, yeah. So we actually have pretty good access to Karcher right there off of Flamingo and Middleton.
But, you know, Mayor, but Chief, but if it's a fire out there, you don't care about the lines, you're still going to respond,
Oh,
right?
yes.
Okay, well, I wanted to clarify that.
If
Yeah.
this was in Caldwell's impact area, it's right on that line, so we both actually auto-aid to that. to the
Yeah,
area.
okay, that's
So it
fine.
would get called into Canyon County Dispatch, and both of us would be
Okay.
dispatched, yes.
There's always Rick Hogaboom.
I might be driving by.
He smells them out.
This is,
High tech, Daniel.
this is great, Daniel, thank you.
We're talking about the purple area? No. Okay. Yep. Across the street is Caldwell. Across Karcher, north of Karcher is Caldwell.
Yeah.
And then west of Midway.
But where that said Nampa Fire.
It is in our-
It is in
our-
yours. And you don't know exact response time, but you're thinking it would be 5?
Between 5 and 6 minutes, yeah.
Okay.
And we can get the exact response times, but that's right on the very edge of our response district.
Okay.
for
And just to,
citizens.
and Mayor, just to repeat, you're saying that the Canyon County Dispatch, that both Caldwell and Nampa would
Yeah,
be
especially if it was,
going-
if they
okay.
didn't know, if it was a call of smoke, they're gonna send us both. If it comes in an exact address, if it's in that subdivision, it would probably just be Nampa at that point, because it would be our subdivision, and then our battalion chief would call for a Caldwell unit. If it was across the street in Caldwell's corner, which is just north of there, we would probably get called on the first response, because we would be a second. Yeah, and Daniel was just saying, we're a mile and a half away from Station 4.
So that is pretty close,
That's pretty close.
very close. Okay. A mile and a half
Yeah.
from Station 4 on Flamingo.
It's really the time would be just that Middleton, how busy Middleton gets. So as long as, obviously we have sirens and lights to make a difference there, but mile and a half is within the radius of what we would expect for response district.
Okay, thank you for answering that question. So our, council, do you have the clarity you need for us to move on to the next?
Mayor?
Councilwoman Levi?
Will I be able to call Chief Carpenter back?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So just stay here, because after public hearing, we will have a question for you later.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay?
Thank you.
The next person is Erica Tremaine. We have several more to go.
Hi, I'm Erica Germain. I live on 12536 Dakota Crossing Street, Nampa, Idaho. Mostly Nancy did get a lot of our points out. There was a few things that weren't mentioned. One, on the emergency response time. There have been numerous times we were unable to even get to our homes because of accidents and traffic from it's daily. I don't mean, it's daily. And it's a thing, I take care of my father. If I can't get home to my father, that's scary to me. So that's something very important. Another thing is, it's just something to consider. Karcher likes to line up with the sunset. And so many of these accidents, if you are going west, you're blinded. To hit my point of that is, gentleman said with residents, there would be less traffic than businesses. To me, if the 9 to 5ers for the businesses are going home, most of the time that's before the sunset on most of the time of the year versus all day long from families coming and going, doing, all their errands throughout the day with sunsets, traffic timing, incidences that are just going to impact all of our lives. And I too contribute by buying into a subdivision off of Karcher. But until the means are there for Karcher to widen or make this safer for all of us, and the girl that died this year lived in Homedale. So whoever pointed out that Karcher is access from many different towns coming and going, she was on her way home to Homedale and passed away right in front of our neighborhood. And then several of other cars constantly crash right where she crashed in the irrigation. So it's that area, which is not too far from the proposed subdivision. So just a couple extra points that were missed. Sorry, I'm nervous.
Okay, that's fine.
So,
Thank you very much.
So, Madam Mayor, if I may have clarification, because I'm seeing some head shake from our staff, and it's not where, to me, it's that important whether you're Caldwell or Nampa, but I'm hearing that these addresses are actually Caldwell. Is this what I'm hearing? Okay. And these are Caldwell impact areas, or they're actually in the city limits of Caldwell?
Are you on the north side?
Yes.
Yeah, so you're Caldwell.
Yes, we are annexed into Caldwell city limits, yes. Our addresses are Nampa, but the fact remains, it's right in our daily.
Yeah, I understand, but I just wanted clarification. You're speaking as Caldwell citizens regarding this issue, is just what I wanted to clarify. Yeah, okay.
Okay, Emily Douglas.
Madam Mayor and Councilman, I simply want to echo what has already been said. The biggest concern to me is that I have young children in the car with me daily. I'm a stay-at-home mom. I come and go, not typically in the 8 to 5 like normal people, so to speak. But I will say this, 2025 is the date at which ITD has given us for the expansion of Karcher, which is concerning to me because that's looking at basically 5.5 years before they start putting in those turn lanes. They widen that road to accommodate the growth that is happening now, not 6 years from now. That is a big concern to me. We need to, rather than take the action of building our community now and building residences and those sorts of things, we really need to have our voices heard now and have you guys echo the concerns that we have, so that we can hopefully get that moved to the forefront. Rather than reacting, we need to be proactive. And I feel like that's why I'm here tonight, is to encourage you guys to say, hey, wait a minute, there's a bigger problem here. That's what I'm wanting out of the people that I am electing to represent me. I understand that you guys are elected by the constituency of Nampa. I recognize that, and I appreciate the service that you guys do. I realize that you have been recognized just this evening for your own personal efforts, and I appreciate those very much. I hope that the people that are in Caldwell and the people that I elect will be people who will act in similar ways. But please consider, even with us being Caldwell residents, the concern and the impact that it has on us as daily people in our everyday lives. So that's what I would like you guys to consider now is, okay, if there's not something that we can do about this right now today, how can we hopefully look forward and plan better, make better preparations for those people who are moving here? That influx isn't going to stop. It's just going to continue. Idaho's an awesome place. We all know that. But please consider that as you guys are debating this evening, and help us to make it a little bit safer for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. And Tom, just be prepared, because we're going to ask, we won't ask it right now, but at the conclusion, I'd like you to speak to the timing, to verify the date, because this is an ITD road, for the upgrades and any plans that we have on the city of Nampa side. So the next person signed up is Carol Kramer. Okay, thank you, Carol, and your position is so noted. Thank you. David, I think, is this Manning?
Yes, I concur with my neighbor's comment.
Okay, thank you, so noted. Lori Harden?
I'm Lori Harden, 11947 Bonnie Lane, Napa. We are not in the city of Napa. And I just want to say the stats that she gave is large numbers, but it doesn't include the progress of homes being built now. There's a lot of construction going on now. It's only going to be worse. And Idaho is a great place to be. The people that are here know that. The people here moving here know that. But by approving all these more houses coming in, you're taking that away from the people that are here and that are coming here. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. And the next person is Michael Harden.
Michael Harden, 11947 Bonnie Lane, Nampa, Idaho. We are in the county. We are just north of Karcher Road off of Midway. And I was wondering about where he showed the in and out is off of Karcher, and he did see how would you get in? You'd have to go down and turn around as the highway is now, and that is extremely dangerous. There was a potential for about 300 automobiles in that whole complex. So if you figure if there's that many drivers potentially that are going around, or would they be coming down Karcher, turning left and going in off of Midway? So then now you're impacting a lot of traffic problems on Midway. So I don't know, just like Lori said, just a whole lot of too much of a confined area with all the businesses and stuff are in the Karcher area now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, and then at Dallas, is it Budin?
Yes. Thank you. My name is Dallas Budden. I live at 12624 Slatestone Way, Nampa address, but Caldwell residence. I have a. This is from the Idaho roads, transportation. And you'll notice he said that the traffic, if they have single people living in apartments, don't travel that time. But if you'll notice this, from 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. is the highest travel time. And during that time, that's when we have the most casualty accidents. We have that anytime you have one death This is Idaho Transportation, said you're going to have at least 4 injuries that complicate that. So even though you have people that are in apartments that are going at different times, still 2 to 8 p.m. is when the busiest roads are. I have to exit onto Karcher every morning and exit off Karcher every evening. It takes me anywhere from 15 minutes to get onto Karcher, making a right-hand turn. In the evening, I am so fearful that I am going to be slammed in the back, that I've had cars fly up, and I'm thinking, oh my God, I gotta go forward. And go down, pass Lake, turn around, come back so I can make a right-hand turn. Speed limit is too high, it's 55. Not only do we have cars on there, we have trucks, 18-wheelers going down there because they're going to Marsing. So this road is very heavily traveled by all types of vehicles. And I just feel like adding 200-plus cars to that area is just too much at this time. Not until we have an extension, a widen of the road. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
we need to retain the exhibit that she showed us for the record, if we can.
Okay.
Great.
Thank you. And Mr. Edwin Budden.
Yes, my name is Edwin Button. I'm 20624 Slatestone, also in Caldwell, but Nampa residence. And the only thing I wanted to add is, at least with our personal insurers, we are paying a higher insurance right now because there are so many accidents on this road. And I'm sure a lot of other people are in the same boat. You know, it's such a high accident area that we are all paying higher insurance rates. So anything that would exacerbate the existing problem, I think would be a bad decision. Great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Matthew Tremaine, did I say that?
Yes, I conceded my time to Nancy.
Okay, thank you, and so noted. Anthony Danello?
Pardon the hat head. My name is Anthony Daniello. I live 12538 Deerbrush Court, Nampa City zip code, says Nampa on my mail. It is in Caldwell. I would just like to speak to a couple things, mostly on response time, and the chief and the police officer here will probably be able to at least shake their head in agreement or say, no, this guy standing up here is crazy. If the city of Caldwell, just to the west of this intersection, approved a development that dumped traffic out on Karcher to the sides of this neighborhood, all these people here that were doing the Caldwell Nampa, it's 106 homes in the subdivision. That's it, single family, no multifamily dwellings, no parking lots. You park in your garage, park in your driveway, that's it. And somebody gets into an accident in front of that place in Caldwell City District, it will back up beyond Midway, towards I-84, past, I don't remember the name of the subdivision that's on the north end, whether it's the Maverick gas station or the Shell gas station, because it narrows down to single lane traffic there. And the amount of accidents just in front of Celeste, which is where our main entrance is, which is less than a half a mile from this intersection going west, it will delay Nampa Fire from any station, Nampa Police for whatever the call is, because Caldwell's going to be working their accident scene. That traffic is going to slow Nampa's response times, because lights and sirens are great, especially during the day with no traffic, and they've got a 5-minute response time with no traffic. But in congestion work hours with an accident on that road, it's not 5 minutes. It can't be. We suffer because we're in that Caldwell area. We don't get Nampa City Services. We don't get the benefit of that 1.5 mile fire station. Ours have to come down, usually by Lake or Indiana, from Caldwell, and hit Karcher and travel eastbound. The same plan this development is exiting onto Karcher. Now, if they exit onto Karcher and cause an accident, that traffic will back out beyond Lake. It happens already. It's not that this is going to happen, this hasn't happened. This has happened. Sheriffs, police, fire coming into my neighborhood have to use opposite lane of traffic to get to our residents. This will just exacerbate that problem tenfold. All right? I am in and out all day. I work from home, but I have a mobile business. I'm in and out. I probably go in and out more than any of the residents, and that's just an assumption, because I 3 or 4 or 5 times a day, and I have sit 15, 20 minutes waiting to pull across Karcher so I can get out. And imagine if my daughter, her older father, some other child or elderly or anybody in general has a medical emergency, and that caused a car accident, preventing Caldwell to get to us in a timely manner. Caldwell PD, I talked to him last week because about our patrol and some crime issues. It's about an 8-minute estimated response time because of where we are. Just bad luck. Nothing against City of Caldwell. Those guys are great. But they have to come all the way down to the county line and come back up Karcher this way. And I says, well, what happens if something happens on Karcher and backs that traffic up? He's like, he goes, double it. That's 16 minutes for a police officer. Now, we're not even talking fire and medical. 15 minutes it's life or death. 15 minutes, if you're dead, 15 minutes, you're deader than dead. You need at least 4-5 minutes or less with CPR to save your life, and the chief can talk to that. After that, the numbers are almost to zero on how survivable that is. So I would hope, as a City of Caldwell resident with a Nampa address, that we will be considerate of the rest of Nampa if we built a project out west of this and impacted your traffic, which hindered 911 getting to your residents. I would be the first one to stand up with next to all of you, and fight for that, because it's just not fair. And that's what we're asking. Stand up with us, even though we're Caldwell, fight for us. Causing that blockage to my house and my resident and all our neighbors, it's just not fair. Thank you.
Thank you. Colleen George Ostick? Ostwald? Great, thank you so much, but you are so noted on here. Richard Howell? Hall?
Thank you. My name is Richard Hall. I live at 16741 Artis. It is definitely in Caldwell, and it has a Caldwell address. Just wanted to let everyone know, just so you understand where I'm coming from. I'm also, in addition to being Caldwell resident, on Canyon County Planning and Zoning, so I hope you don't hold those two things against me. I'm definitely not against growth, but growth has to be planned, which is exactly what planning and zoning does. We're in a unique position in Caldwell because those of us that access Karcher, and I live on Lake and Homedale, our only alternative to hitting 84 is either Franklin or 10th. So we really, our only method of hitting that highway is through the city of Nampa. And transportation is a regional issue, not a local issue. And Idaho 55 is more than an arterial. Everyone from Marsing onward accesses that road. Talking about trip generation, 10 for a household is non-peak time. It doubles for peak time, and for a multi-unit, it's about 7, and it doubles about 14. At conservative estimates, that's 2,674 trips during peak hours from what's proposed before you, which is 94 homes and 68 multi-use residents. I also want to point out that, I don't know if you have the 104 pages that the Planning and Zoning considered. ITD is opposed to this. I've got their letter of March 29, 2019. It's page 97 out of 104. They disapprove of any access that's proposed in the preliminary plat, and they want a traffic impact study, and there is none. And they say they will not remove their opposition until a TIS is done. Planning and Zoning's proposal is that the TIS be done with the plat. I think that is the wrong time to do a TIS. If a TIS proves that this road is not going to work for that density, then it should be in zoning where we consider whether to make it denser. And I'll also point out that is zoned in the future land use as community mixed use. And in your own, the Nampa plan, it says that mixed use should be primarily commercial. And I think that was what was planned. And the area that fronts 55 is ideally suited to commercial. It's going to be very difficult for that many residences to find a way to access the highway. So that's all I have. Thank you. Oh, and I just wanted to add one thing. As far as the plan for that road, Compass's plan is for improvements to start in 2026, to take 4 years and cost $24 million. And that improvement will only cover from Middleton to Indiana, and will widen it to 4 lanes. So we've got a long wait before we're going to be alleviated for traffic. And in addition, I will point out that traffic is I would say at failure between Middleton and 84. That intersection is just not working, even with the $2 million in improvements that you did for lights. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mayor Klink, stand by. I have a question for you.
And for questions here or not?
The ITD report you just read, that it opposed, is it this particular?
Yes,
When was that report?
March 29, 2019. It was included in the packet that Planning and Zoning considered in the 104 pages. It's a matter of public record.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, any other questions?
Clarification, Mayor Kling, I didn't see that they opposed it, they just asked for further consideration. The items that are in our report, and I had it highlighted because it was something I was going to bring up with staff later, is that it does talk about the TIS needing to provide justification for the access. And since Karcher is ITD, is responsible for Karcher, any access or expansions, all of that, that's not us. But, further discussion about the allowance of a development is. And so I think that's what really your conversation to us is about, whether we want to approve this in part or in whole. The access point onto Karcher, that would be an ITD decision, whether a deceleration lane is added, the median down the middle, right in, right out, access, that's ITD on Karcher.
My point is there needs to be a TIS, and there isn't one.
Well, this staff report specifically states that it'll need to be done to be further discussed. And so that would be my point to staff later, is that this information that's provided by ITD that is called out in our report needs to be enforced. So I think that backs up with what you're saying.
Thank you.
Thank you. Marilyn Dennis. Okay, so noted, you're on the list. So that concludes the people that have signed up to testify. Is there anyone here that had intended to testify on behalf of or in opposition to? Seeing no one, I would like to take I'm sorry. Oh, excuse me. Thank you, and you know the ropes. Thank you for stating your name and address.
Erica Maldonado, 12588 Algonquin Street in Nampa, Idaho, but in Caldwell, I guess. I would say, right, hi neighbors. So my understanding, just for my clarification, is one of these exits is going onto Highway 55, correct? Meaning that the other exit is going straight into Nampa Christian High School? So I just wanted to also state that. So one of the exit options is going straight into the highway, which you've already heard a lot about. The other exit then is going into peak times of very, very young drivers. Again, with incidents that happen on Highway 55, subdivisions like ours, along with multiple other subdivisions on Highway 55, we have one exit out of our subdivision, and that's onto the highway. So if there ever is an accident, there really is no way for us to get out. So something to consider. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I would like to take just a moment and go ahead and address, and council, you can guide me, but I think we had some questions. I'd like clarity from our staff regarding transportation. If there's any other comment or questions for Kirk Carpenter. before we have our applicant come back. So,
And Madam Mayor, did I just miss, is there a P and Z report in this packet?
I didn't see one either.
I would be interested in knowing what our, I take it went before our P and Z, didn't it, Daniel? I'm not seeing a report at all as far as what their recommendation was.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. No, so what you're seeing is the staff report, or what he was speaking about was the staff report that went to P and Z. Yours is almost identical, except that they did submit a traffic impact study. It did go to ITD. The letter that you have in front of you tonight is dated April 11th, and it is the acceptance letter of that traffic impact study.
Okay,
It
but-
gives the mitigation improvements that they would require.
So I guess my question, and maybe I'm totally off here, is so P and Z, this was not up for approval with
Yes.
Nampa P and Z, and what was their in status?
They recommended approval to you.
Okay, we don't have individual comments from commissioners or anything of that sort, though?
No, actually, we didn't have any neighbors even come to.
Well, I'm talking about commissioners on and planning and zoning. Normally, like here, we have, quite often, we will have individual comments from the different commissioners. I'm not
The
seeing
minutes
it.
from the meeting.
Right, correct,
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I did not have a copy of the minutes in the staff report, and I should have done that, but there is not a lot of discussion. As
And
there
do
was
you know what the in vote, if it was a unanimous vote, or do you have any idea on that, Christie?
It was unanimous.
Okay.
so it was unanimous recommendation to approve moving forward.
Yes, it was.
And Mayor, I'm kind of dominating here, but were you folks at the P and Z meeting? I'm just curious. No? Okay. Thanks.
So it brings the question, Mayor, whether notice is out to these people?
We are in Caldwell. So this is the first we've heard of it. We were actually.
Madam Mayor, we can't have comments from the public. We have to
Thank
have
you.
people testify at the microphone.
Thank you.
Okay, well, let me.
So I'd like to say something real quickly. So one of the things that we have done with planning and zoning is we have new signs, is that correct? Were those new signs at this property?
For city council, they were, for P and Z, they were the older signs. But the standard notification process is 300 feet from the property. And then it's notified on site. So anything within 300 feet received a notification. Dakota Crossing and Canyon View subdivisions are well beyond that 300-foot marker. So what somebody saw was either a notification that was given to them or the notification on the sign that was put out for city council.
Okay, thank you. So in the future, just for clarity, in the future, the sign that was set out for city council will be set out for all hearings, planning and zoning. Was it the timing of that particular hearing as to why we had an old sign?
Yes.
It just had to do with the timing? And so for council's just knowledge, our former notification was a standard sheet of paper on a stick that was in the ground, correct? So the thing I've asked planning and zoning to do, and we have done, is we have purchased new signs, and they are a larger size sign, approximately a real estate sign size or a little bigger. Right? They're reusable signs, and they're much more visible. And so in the process here of acquiring those signs and getting them out, that's the difference between the planning and zoning timeline and the city council timeline as far as the visibility of a public hearing. I'm glad that we've got them. They will be there in the future. They just didn't happen to be the new sign evidently for planning and zoning, which will be the standard as we move forward, correct? So I have a question. I need some clarity on this. I have not had a chance, since this was just here tonight, to read this, the transportation recommendations. So I'd like to talk a couple minutes about traffic mitigation and recommendations. And in that, this is us with impact fees. I'd like to have the bigger, broader plan of how we would deal with this particular subdivision on this road.
Mayor, do we continue on the route that we're going, asking staff while we're still in public hearing?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, I would rather not close public hearing so that it gives us the opportunity to ask the questions we need to ask.
And then the applicant can still rebut.
Yes,
but then
and the
our-
applicant will, yeah, so we're still in that discovery, and then the applicant will have an opportunity to close after we get the clarity on our questions.
Okay, Mayor, Council, so I took down some notes on some of the questions. As was been brought up, the Karcher Road is an ITD route, so I'll state what I know about their program. The first one being that I know that Nampa, Caldwell, and ITD are all concerned about safety on this route. In fact, Amy Schroeder was just here talking about 16, this is on their priority list. So you've got, number one was I-84, number two is US 20, and then next was 44, and then 55 is the fourth one. So it's not, this is a priority for everyone. Jeff and Daniel found out about projects that are in the program, in the ITD's program. So they have Middleton to Midway. That's currently in 2020. They're going to design it by right-of-way in 2021. This is to widen it out to 5 lanes. And then they don't have construction funded. It's about $5 million. They don't have a year assigned to it, but it'll probably be around that 2025 timeframe. And then the next segment is looking at Middleton to Pear, which is down over by Marsing, and widening that out. As you heard, they're doing an environmental study on that right now, and they're funding that with 2019 money. So they're looking, environmental comes first, right? Design second, right of way. So they're looking at that. There's a signal at Midway. There's a signal at Lake. There's a signal at 10th and Indiana along this corridor. And those are all, some of those are fairly new within the past few years, which are attempting to try to do something about this. As far as Nampa's impact fee list, I put the chart up here. This is current. We've had the discussion before about what's funded, what's not.
Could we enlarge that, please?
Sure. We don't, these are mainly, Nampa's impact fee that we're collecting is mainly taking care of internal intersections that are, at near capacity already. So you can notice a lot of them are these areas. Like Victory and Kings was an example, and then some of these here on Middleton. We don't have anything on this route, as we knew that the state was planning something on Highway 55. So we don't have that on our impact fee list. We do know that this development will pay a little over $400,000 in impact fees towards these priority improvements. And so those are the facts I know about our impact fee list and about ITD. And then we do have a traffic impact study, and if I could bring Daniel up here, he can talk about what's in there.
Thank you.
So a couple of the things that were addressed and questioned when Mr. Brown was speaking regarding apartment trip generation from apartments versus single-family dwellings. Those numbers are all established based on the Institute of Transportation Engineers Trip Generation Manual, which is a scientific document. They've done many studies to show what various land use types generate in traffic based on number of units, based on commercial square footage, and the manuals are a couple of books that are about that wide each. So they're very thorough. As you can see here on the here, for a single-family dwelling, vehicle trips per day average around 9.5 units, or vehicle trips per day per single-family unit. On a multifamily, they average about 7.3 vehicle trips per day per unit. So on a per unit basis, apartments do generate less traffic than single-family dwellings do. So he was correct when he stated that.
Mayor Kling. Danny, before you go beyond that, multifamily, and you say per unit, is that per 4 unit?
So each fourplex would be 4 units. So a fourplex generates more vehicle trips than a single-family dwelling, but on a per unit basis, a apartment
Per
unit
unit? Okay.
So,
generates less
So I
traffic.
just wanted to be clear on that. It's not per building.
Not per building,
Per
per
unit.
unit.
Per unit.
Thank you.
Yes.
so Madam Mayor, this may be a question for down the line. So as far as for this acreage, we're talking about rather than going industrial or whether going even single-family, my question for future, maybe whether it's you or someone else, is in how many single-family units could be put into the acreage with the proper zoning that these fourplexes are going into? Is that making sense at all?
One second.
I mean, I can get that later. I just want that question to be,
I can,
then I'm going to compare amount of trips when I get that.
Okay, so we're looking at 6.68 acres for the multifamily dwellings, and they're looking at 56 units on that 6.65 or 6.6 acres. You would typically average around, a 3.8 or 3.5 to, depending on what the zoning is. So there is a difference in the number of units there. As we look at the traffic study had been completed prior to them submitting the application. We had just not received ITD's comments prior to the planning and zoning meeting. Subsequent to that, they provided us their comments. They've accepted the findings of the traffic impact study. The intersections that they were looking at, per our policy, was the intersection of Karcher and Midway and Flamingo and Midway. As you'll hopefully recall, the level of service is, there was a lot of numbers for the amount of vehicles on Karcher that were stated. The measure that we use to gauge the performance of those intersections is the level of service, which is a function of the delay at those intersections. The city's acceptable level of service is a level of service D. The traffic impact study for this, looking at the build-out year that they are required to look at, which is 2025, shows Karcher Road and Midway operating at a level of service C, which is one better than we allow as our minimum threshold, as well as Flamingo and Midway also operating at a level of service C. So both of those operate at an acceptable level of city based on, or a acceptable level of service based on what the city's requirements are for those intersections.
I think an important point here is that right up there where it's saying 2025 build-out year. So I think sometimes the concern is that there's going to be, you're going to put in a development and you're going to have all those cars there tomorrow. The timeline for this improvement, which it is the fourth in the state as far as priorities, it's a high priority, and it is 2025, but the build-out isn't going to be fully there until 2025. It's not going to happen overnight. And so that's very good information. I appreciate seeing it.
Some other things that I would like to note is that this intersection will not allow left turns, which is part of the issues that I live downstream of Karcher on this, so I drive it fairly regularly as well, and I understand the frustrations that they have with the entrances to the two Caldwell subdivisions to the west. They were allowed to be installed without turn lanes, either a center turn lane or right turn drop lanes. And so those are difficult intersections, as Tom stated. The state is in process of doing the NEPA evaluation and starting the environmental process to be able to do those widenings, but they go at the state's pace, not at ours, unless we were to try to financially incentivize them.
So would this development then be required to have whether the side entrance way, you've expanded it, what would the requirements here be that are different? Because that's the part of the challenge, and I'm going to say I'm so sorry, because Caldwell, if they didn't require the proper entrance and exits to your subdivision, it makes it really tough. And that's part of the problem. So I'm curious, would we be requiring here?
Okay. So based on the evaluations and the the standards for the turn lanes, the intersection at Midway and or at Midway and the entrance to the subdivision. Here does not meet the requirement to require a installation of a turn lane. There's obviously much lower traffic volumes on Midway than there are on Karcher. The intersection at Karcher, the entrance road here, that did not meet the threshold for requiring it where it's a right in, right out. If it had left turns in there, I'm sure it would have met the requirement to need a left turn in. We talked to ITD about the potential for a acceleration lane coming out to not impact there. Unfortunately, these aerial photos I don't think are the most current. There's been improvements since there there are 2 lanes through here and then the taper coming down. ITD was not necessarily supportive of a acceleration lane coming out of there, though they said they would entertain a specific proposal to review, though they have jurisdiction on whether or not they would allow that. So really one of the main differences we're looking at here versus those downstream is the fact that it will be restricted to right in, right out traffic only. There will be no left turning movements to inhibit travel westbound as we go through there.
So you just said there is no, out of there, you may not turn left.
Coming out of here, you may not turn left. They'll be required to install a median. Coming westbound, you will not be allowed to turn in here. Westbound traffic heading to the subdivision would make a left turn here, come down, and turn into the subdivision there.
And again, there's a traffic light at that intersection.
There is a light at that intersection that, based on the traffic study, will build out, still be operating at a level of service C, which is an acceptable.
So Mayor, I think I understand, but just clarification. So if you're coming home from work and you're going west on Highway 55, you will not be, if you live in this development, you would not go past Midway.
No,
as
you
far
will
as to
turn south on-
enter your subdivision.
You will
Okay.
turn south on Midway, enter at this entrance.
So there'd be no further traffic past Midway for those folks, okay?
Okay. Okay, are there any other questions for Daniel on transportation? Thank you, Daniel. So are there any questions for Kirk Carpenter before we have our applicant come back? Are there any questions for Kirk?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay.
Chief, I'm just a little bit troubled still with the response time.
Yes.
And again, having worked recently with the Red Cross and knowing when your smoke alarm goes off and how soon you have to get out, et cetera, and this is concerning me. So do you know, and I know you've just recently taken the position, but you have been on the fire department in the past. Do we have real-life experience responding out there? Because I'm thinking about the reality of traffic.
Yeah.
And if there is congestion or an accident, what does that look like?
The piece of Karcher we're talking about is where it's neck down. I mean, that is the area where if we were to have an accident around that intersection, it makes it very difficult for us to respond past it. So in response to that, we have to work very well with Caldwell. In an instance where you see a wreck in that area specific, I mean, you're right in the spot that necks down to one lane going both ways. We respond often to Midway and Karcher. We do have residents that live there. I guess not often. We respond there. We do respond often to Karcher Road accidents, as far out as Lake and even further in some instances, just because we're in a position where it's automatic aid with Caldwell, because we never know who's going to be backed up, who has better access to the accident. So it's common practice for us, if we're responding to an accident on Highway 55 and it's anywhere near Midway, we're going to request Caldwell respond as well, just for the reason that we might be behind traffic and not able to get through.
So I can appreciate that if excuse me, Mayor, may I continue? Thank you. I can appreciate that Caldwell would respond, but we learned tonight that that's about 8 minutes out.
Yeah, their station is at Ustick, and I can't remember the exact. Yeah, 10th and Indiana. Yeah, so they're significant. So they're almost double the distance from that location than we are.
So on that road, especially where it goes down to one lane in each direction, and if there is any type of like an accident, congestion, et cetera, do people pull over on the shoulder? I mean, how are you able as emergency service to gain access?
Yeah, I mean, we have to just depend on what's given to us. In some cases, there are times where we can't get access. There's different techniques we can use, everything from splitting traffic where people do have room to pull to the sides. We can take opposite lanes. It doesn't take much to close down that area of Highway 55. I mean, if you think about when we're driving down the road and we see something going on, whether it's a police matter or a fire matter, we tend to slow down and look. And just that action in itself slows this area. This is a busy area, and including Middleton Road into that busyness as well, is just congestion, especially during the 5 o'clock traffic. That's really where we're.
When we're talking about this necking down, though, it's necking down past Midway, is my understanding. And if there is a no-turn lane, you would have to be turning at Midway to get into the subdivision. You would not be continuing down the road where it's narrowing in. You would be turning before that time frame.
Right, and I can't picture it right now. Does that have a turn lane light, or is it just a flash?
No, it has a turn.
So.
And most likely, so most likely we'd be coming down Orchard.
Right.
Or Flamingo.
Yeah, and that's other options that we do. If there's a wreck between Midway and Middleton, we use Flamingo to get to Midway. So we just have to have, but you never know what kind of calls you're going to get. You never know the information that's coming into dispatch to give us a heads up of where we can respond. So, yeah, I would suggest that this would it's just another where our roads are going to be busier. I can't remember, where is the neck down happen? Just after Midway or just before? Just after.
So,
Okay.
And that's
So
that canal across
they're
the
not,
road there, right?
yeah, and they're not allowed to
Yeah.
answer
Oh,
in
sorry.
public hearing. So, thank you.
So just after, it looks like you can almost see it. It does neck down right there. So,
But if there's a barrier, you can't turn across, you weren't not going to take a fire truck across a barrier, are you?
no, we'll
You'll be turning at Midway, and you're on Flamingo.
or go against traffic and turn in.
Come in that way. Okay.
Madam Mayor, I'm sorry, Councilman Levi, are you done with?
Yes.
Okay, so one more, I'm going to bring Daniel up one more time. This is a repeat performance here. But from what I'm hearing, this right turn only, I don't see where that's affecting these concerned citizens, very important with their voice, but that's not affecting their subdivision during the peak times, because those who are going to work out of this subdivision will either be going left on Midway, going north, or they'll be going east on Highway 55 in same way. So they do not pass these citizens subdivision, correct, during peak work times?
So let me,
Unless they work in Caldwell, they'd have to figure out a
Right,
different
but
way.
no, I'm talking about though mainly, yeah.
so up on the overhead there, this is the trip generation distribution. So based on the analysis that the traffic engineer did, only 10% of the traffic that would be generated at this site would be heading
west.
And so the total trip generation for the site was,
So correct me if I'm wrong, but so 10%, maybe a 10% increase in traffic for these concerned citizens.
so a 10% of the total daily traffic for this development would be 130 cars. That would be split up. In the peak hours, 10% would be 10 additional cars that we would be looking at that may be heading west.
Okay. I just, personally, I think that's very important, so thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. At this time, unless there are further questions for staff, it would be an opportunity for our applicant to come back and have any closing comments or respond to anything that you've heard today.
For the record, Kent Brown, 3161 East Springwood. Traffic is an issue that we deal with in any development, as you guys are well aware of. I live near the busiest intersection in the state, off of Eagle Road. I'm 2 houses off of that road and drive that road like the hat hair man, Tony, Anthony, all the time, because I run my business out of my home, and I know when there's times to go and when there's times not to use that road. This development, the way that it's laid out, causes the cars to enter onto Midway. That is the main entrance. When we are forced by ITD, and the approval that you have, the letter that you have, is talking about us enforcing that with construction improvements. ITD has already purchased the right-of-way in front of our development. You have annexed us back in 2008 with the anticipation that there would be similar uses. The similar disuse is that we have a few more multifamily than we had single-family before. And yet, when we talk to our traffic engineer about, are we going to have problems with ITD because we're going to have residential uses there with multifamily versus the commercial? And staff has told you that that was professional office. Well, our traffic engineer told us at that time, no, you're not going to have any issue because it's going to be less. The intersection is being controlled and so forth by ITD. As you're aware, that's their issue, and they've asked for those safeguards to be put in that place. The interesting thing is, you know, you can say maybe we've misjudged and a professional office would be a great place there, and you have a charter school that's close by, you know, you could put an orthodontist there. The interesting thing is, because now you guys are very aware of impact fees and the amounts that are charged, well, I've sat through a number of hearings with Ada County Highway District, for example, an orthodontist's office, that they're putting numbers between 250 and 300 vehicle trips a day for one office because of the amount of people coming and going every 30 minutes to their facility. So those numbers can be a lot higher, and I would say that's kind of why our traffic engineer is making that analysis. We believe it's the right use at the right place, and I think the P&Z felt the same way about the design of the development and the use. Yes, traffic's going to be an issue. I think that the safeguard of us only having a right in there makes it that someone coming from the west can come in and turn there, but it's going to be a lot easier to go to the light with a turn lane to get into this development. It's also going to be a lot easier to leave with a light. Wish they had a light at Lake and some of the others that are down there, because I go to the health department all the time as doing my job, and it would be really nice if they had a light down there. The light at least gives you those breaks. That's what saves me on Eagle Road. And those would be my final comments. Thank you.
Council, do you have any questions for the applicant? Okay. Thank you very much. Seeing none, at this time, I think I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Council discussion? Or recommendation?
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
fellow council members,
We run into this every time there's new development traffic. We all feel it. If I had my way, I'd put up signs around Nampa. Nampa is full, no more people. But I can't do that. That wouldn't be responsible of me. That'd be selfish, but I'd still like to do it. Rents are high for apartments, and the only way to bring that down is to supply the demand. There's a big demand for apartments out there, and this is a market response to that. I appreciate all the information that's been brought and the concerns of our neighbors from Caldwell, but P&Z has said yes on this. The TIS indicates we will meet the level of service C. Once it's finally explained to me the design for the in and out of this subdivision, I'm all for it. So I'll make the motion that we approve the zoning map amendment as presented and the modification and zoning development agreements as presented.
I'll second the motion as long as you include the recommended conditions of approval.
Yes, you caught me,
All right.
with recommendation.
Okay.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion?
Just, Madam Mayor, just let me explain, I appreciate these citizens so much and their circumstances. With this, that was explained to me there at the end with the right only and so on. I feel like it's not going to have the effect on you that it would have. And going in, I was going, man, there's no way this is going to work. But I feel like someone has figured out the plan, the logistics, and so I'll also be voting in favor of this.
Okay, Councilwoman Levi?
Thank you. I appreciate the testimony tonight and the fact that you live in Caldwell, it's still going to affect you, and I do appreciate that. Because, one, I look at the residential aspect of it, and then I look at the public safety, because that is our responsibility as elected officials to make sure that there is public safety provided for our citizens. I am concerned about possible delays in response because of the reality of traffic, and as our community continues to grow, we are definitely struggling with the growing pains of traffic. But at the same time, this affects not just the roads that you folks live on, and as was pointed out earlier this evening, it's travelers from Homedale, Marsing, Caldwell, and Nampa it's going to affect, but it also affects the other roads on further down, and that intersection there at Caldwell Boulevard and Karcher Road is atrocious already. And to me, it doesn't matter the size, whether we're going to add multifamily or whatever, but as we just grow in general in the valley, it's going to be affected. And we need to be taking that in consideration. And then I look also at the reality of development. We tend to be reactive constantly instead of proactive. We're not looking at, are we providing adequate infrastructure before we're approving development? After spending my day about a year and a half ago with our county assessor, he explained to me once again, residential does not grow your city's tax base. That's not where it comes from. The reality is people want to move here, they want to enjoy our lifestyle, and I understand that. The other important information he pointed out to me is it does typically, in just a regular growth period, not a boom like we're experiencing, it takes about 3 to 5 years for a fill of a new development before you start seeing it filled and you start seeing that tax base. So I'm trying to weigh that in connection to as far as when the build will actually start on the road development out there. Then I'm also considering our existing property owners. They have property rights, and we need to appreciate the fact that they already have been living there. And what are we as a city going to do? Are we taking that into account? And then I also look at the reality that it's not specifically the multifamily development that is the problem. It's the problem that we don't have adequate road and infrastructure to accommodate whatever growth is taking place out there. The other thing that I would like to bring forward is one of our people that testified brought out our future land use map, and that it's for commercial mixed. And if it's for commercial mixed, I'm a little bit concerned as to why we're considering putting residential there if that's what our future land use is. When I look at commercial versus residential, depending on the type of commercial business we would put there, I think it would depend on what type of traffic count that we're looking at. If it's a typical business that's going to be from 8 to 5, 9 to 5, we're definitely not going to have that nighttime traffic. And so to me, it seems like it would cut that down a little bit. Another couple questions or things that I have that may be put forth to the planning and zoning staff, because we didn't have minutes, were there questions from our appointed commissioners about traffic and seeing the traffic impact study? Were they concerned about the future land use? And the last thing I would like to just bring forward, I appreciate the fact that we finally took care of the signs, because about 2 years ago, I mentioned to the fact that we needed to take care of these signs. They were a safety hazard when you were driving. They're on this little 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper that there is no way you can read it when you go by. And I had people out towards Still Falls telling me when we were hearing the application around their area, that part of it was ripped off, some of it was by the side of the road. So I appreciate the fact that we finally have taken care of that. So those are my concerns, and I hope that the council will consider those as well.
For clarification, Councilwoman Levi, I think in talking commercial, my understanding was that commercial actually had a higher traffic count than multifamily, which was one of the reasons why we moved. And so that's what I was just looking to see. That's why they went to multifamily, because commercial had a higher traffic impact than multifamily did.
And I understand that, but again, respectfully, Mayor, I go back to depending on what type of commercial use would generate what type of traffic, and I think it really needs to be broken down. And then if that commercial use isn't after 5 o'clock, there's another difference in the traffic study, just pointing that out.
Okay. Is there any other discussion?
And Mayor, just another comment to repeat, but just the building of this development is going to take some time. And I think that was already said by yourself, I believe, so that's the other consideration. This is not going to impact just as of a year from now. It's going to be closer to the time where ITD is going to do further work also.
Okay. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
No.
Brunner?
Yes.
Hogaboom?
Yes.
Levi?
No.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Skog?
Yes.
Okay. Moving on to item 6.5 on the agenda.
I think that was a break, Madam Mayor.
I'm sorry, was that a break? Okay, it's been 3 hours, hasn't
Yeah,
it?
it has.
Thank you very much. So we will take, and I apologize to those waiting, but we're going to take a 5-minute break.
Contact your
Five-ish.
state legislators about 55. All right.
We need funding.
Yes.
We need funding for that.
property. A little bit challenging to see, but you can see the developed house right there, right in the middle of the photograph, and to the right-hand side of the display is the property that would be the driveway and developed up behind there. So with that, I stand for questions.
Just a quick question, as far as in regard to Napa Meridian Irrigation District and their mitigation requirements, is that something that you would enforce? I mean, it looks pretty straightforward, and there's plenty of property there to work with. It doesn't appear to be a concern, but is that something that you will follow up with?
Yeah, that would be done at the time of the building permit and the development, when the development comes forward.
Okay, and the same thing with the fire engine turnaround? We haven't,
Correct.
you'll make sure that's put in place?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, this is a public hearing, and we do not have anyone signed up other than the applicant in support of and no one opposing. Is there anyone here that had intended to testify on this issue this evening? Seeing none, does the applicant have anything else that you would like to share?
I intend just to use the one-time administrative split and not go through any kind of plating process for two houses. I'm allowed one split after it's annexed in.
Okay. Are there any questions for the applicant or staff before we close public hearing? Seeing none, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Council discussion?
I'll just make,
Motion.
I'll just make the motion that we approve the annexation zoning to RS6 and with conditions as stated.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Skog?
Yes.
Hogaboom?
Yes.
Brenner?
Yes.
Perfect. Mr. Wolf, thank you for investing in the community and for working on properties like this that need to be developed.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you very much. Okay, item 6.6 on the agenda is annexation and zoning to RS7, single-family residential at 2700 East Amity Avenue. And this is for Ricardo Reyes for connection to city utilities. Is the applicant present?
Ricardo, is that you? No? Good, no.
Okay, I don't know that the applicant is present. Sometimes, because it's a connection to city utilities, they're not present, but I'll let staff provide a report and then let us know if you actually did communicate with the applicant.
Mayor and council, for the record, again, Rodney Ashby, principal planner. And yes, we did communicate with the property owner. I double-checked that, actually triple-checked that to make sure that they were contacted. I think there is a little bit of a language barrier, but we have made the effort to invite them. Again, this is a request on their part to annex into the city and to access city and water services. And so perhaps they felt that because of that, they didn't need to be here tonight. So this is a request for annexation and zoning to RS7, single-family residential of 7,000 square feet at 2700 East Amity Avenue. This was serviced or stubbed services for water and sewer were stubbed into the property at the time of the widening of Amity Road, the Amity Road project. Planning and Zoning Commission at their meeting recommended approval of annexation and zoning of this property, and the action letter is in the packet as well. That was unanimous as well. It's approximately half an acre. The comprehensive plan designation is for medium-density residential. The property right out in front, you heard at your last city council meeting, abutting up against East Amity Avenue. So not only is it on the east and the north contiguous to city limits, but also to the south now because of that last approval. Let's see. Applicable regulations, as stated in the previous application, is that be contiguous. That fits that condition. Utilities are all available. It's been used as a rural residential property for quite some time. And conditions or staff findings and recommendations of findings are in the staff report, very similar to what the last one was. City Council, if staff suggests that the City Council approve the annexation and zoning subject to the engineering required conditions as stated in your packet. Number one, the abandonment of the existing septic system will be accomplished under the guidelines established by Southwest District Health. The city shall be responsible for connecting meter to the existing stub, and the applicant's plumber shall be responsible for connecting water and sewer services. Standard connection fees and for water and sewer will apply. And with the issuance of the plumbing permits, the residents will be disconnected from the existing shared well. But they will retain that well for irrigation purposes. And with that, I would stand for questions.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you. This is a public hearing, and we do not have anyone signed up in support of or in opposition to this. Is there anyone here that had intended to testify this evening? Seeing none, council, do you have any additional questions for staff? Okay, I'd stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Recommendation?
Mayor, council, make a motion to approve annexation zoning to RS7 for Ricardo Reyes for connection to city utilities with the recommended conditions of approval.
Second.
Any further discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Skog?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Hogaboom?
Yes.
Okay, item 6.7 on the agenda is annexation and zoning to RD, two-family duplex, residential district zone at 3500 East Greenhurst Road. This is a 1.33 acre parcel, and this is for Roberta Konzek. I've got that right. Is the applicant here? Yep. Hi, thank you for stating your name and your address. Are you Roberta?
Roberta Konzek. I live at 7323 Southside. But I have this piece of property that was previously, well, is now zoned agricultural with two houses on it. The front house has been used as a veterinary clinic with a conditional use permit. The back is a manufactured home. I have closed the clinic recently, and so I can't have two residences on an agricultural lot, so I asked to be annexed into the city and zoned to an appropriate zoning. The RD, there's a apartment complex behind me, so I guess that's their designation, so. What else do you want to know?
So did you retire?
No, I have a clinic in CUNA, and CUNA is growing gangbusters.
Oh.
So
Yeah.
I don't have time to do
Because
both.
you've been there forever.
Yeah, well, we were there for 10 years,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's what I mean.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah,
Wow.
yeah, dang it. But I'd have to clone myself.
Right.
Well, thank you. And you feel confident with what you're requesting as far as your zoning?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. And then I am in the middle of having it surveyed for a lot split too, so
Okay.
if that's anything you need to know about.
Does anyone have any questions? Okay, thank you so much. Staff?
Mayor and council, the planning commission has recommended approval of this annexation and zoning to RD. You see it on the overhead, the location. That's to the corner of Greenhurst and South Lexi Way, which goes back to the fourplexes to the north off Greenhurst, which is also zoned RD, which is the proposal for this zoning annexation. The property, and I guess the applicants indicated the history of the property and the intent is currently zoned county R2 zone. It's on our comp plan for medium-density residential. The RD zone conforms with that request. It's part of an enclaved piece. As you can see, the other properties around there, there's about a 4-parcel enclaved area north of Greenhurst there on the east side of South Lexi Way. So it does bring in a piece of enclaved land, which is always good. Police and fire certainly already service the area. There's utilities in the area. The access would be from East Greenhurst Road. Conditions recommended by the commission, the suggestion of engineering, that the annexation would include 50 feet of right-of-way dedication along East Greenhurst Road in front of this property, and that a cross-access and utility easement would be necessary for the shared access and underground utilities running across the multiple properties on the east side. So there's a property to the north behind this that also accesses from this same approach from Greenhurst. And I think that's what that's referring to, is that there's a cross-access and utility easement for that shared access and the underground utilities that would be going through that area. So that is the commission's recommended approval. There is no citizen objection to this annexation or zoning.
Are there any questions for Norm? Seeing none, thank you, Norm. This is a public hearing, and we do not have anyone signed up to testify on behalf of or to oppose this particular issue. Is there anyone here that had intended to? Thank you for coming forward and stating your name. And if you're in favor of or opposing?
Well, I am in favor of growth. Good evening, gentlemen and ladies. For the record, my name is Ruben Santos. I live 3425 East Greenhurst Road. One of the concerns I had is regarding the school or students, kids, because we do have a lot of kids going to school from the Lexi townhouse. So the one thing I noticed before is in the Lexi Lane, they had built a fence. It was wooden fence, all the way almost to the road. It was, can I point it there?
Mm-hmm.
It was built from to this corner. So meaning, a lot of times they use it, those students, they wait for the school bus, stuff like that. So if you guys would annex it, you know, that would be some kind of restriction where they have to have clear view since it's already becoming too residential for the safety, because eventually later on probably will be sidewalk, stuff like that, and the street will be wider. So that was my only concern or suggestion I had at this time.
Council, do we have any questions? Thank you for sharing. We appreciate you coming. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Was there anyone else that had intended to testify this evening? Okay, seeing none, would the applicant, this would be your opportunity to come back and address that concern or any other concerns before we close public hearing.
The fence, Roberta Konzak, 7323 Southside. The fence actually is part of the Lexi Lane, and they recently took it down. I got a notice about a week ago. They took the fence down, and I believe they're going to replace it. So, but yeah, kids do congregate on that corner. The sidewalk's actually on the other side of the street, and there are no crosswalks at all until you get down to the junior high.
It's an unfortunate area
Yeah.
where we do not have sidewalks for our kids walking to
But
school.
at least we got
Yeah.
sidewalks with the construction that was done, what, about a year ago? So at least we have them on the south side, so. But yeah, that is an issue.
So, Madam Mayor, if we had, the sidewalk you said is across the street, but the kids congregate on the non-sidewalk side.
Right, because
So-
that's how the bus goes.
So do you, okay. So that, what I was suggesting was not going to help at
Yeah,
all then.
it's-
Okay,
Yeah,
all right.
it is what it is.
Thank you. So to staff, I have a question regarding a fence. If a new fence is put up, is there there is a setback restriction, or because there is a fence there, is there none? For safety and any setback for,
That South Lexi Way is in the city limits, that roadway. It's annexed in, and so the fence would be required to get a permit.
they would be required?
Yes.
So there, if there was a setback,
So if there's a vision concern there or a need to keep it off the right-of-way, yes, that could be looked at that time.
okay.
Yeah, the old one was clear up, so it was blocking even for the people that come from the downtown.
Okay.
And that's why you can.
We will have to keep our eye on that. So if you see that they're starting on a fence, let us know, I guess, because they may or may not get a permit.
Well, the applicant, I believed, to the applicant, I think you would need to, do you own this property, is that correct?
But they're not the ones that put the fence up.
I am not
Correct.
sure how I own close to Lexi Way. So they have some trees and a fence. And
Madam
then
Mayor, let's
Okay,
have
so we'll
her
have to,
come
you'd
up
have
to
to
the
come up
microphone
to
and
the
get on record.
microphone. Thank you.
So I'm not exactly sure who owns what on that west side. They have a line of, so there's Lexi Way, they have a line of trees, and then the fence. And I've fenced, yep, you can see the fence over on that side. So that fence is all gone right now, but I believe the notice said that they were going to replace it. But it does go the whole way to the road. My neighbor is right, that, and I can understand that, yeah, so mine, I mean, they maintain that, and then I maintain everything on the other side of the fence.
Yeah, I'd like to suggest to staff, is it possible for you to reach out and to ensure that they understand if they've, whatever the regulations are, and that we need the fence not put out for safety purposes? Okay. Okay. Thank you very much, yes.
Question on that is, so you said the Lexi's Lane is under the city, but is it possible that property, if I see it right, is in the county? It's in, but then there's a strip of land that's, where the fence is,
The fence is along the east side of South Lexi Way, and that is in the city.
so that's under our jurisdiction. I'm just curious, has there been challenges where there's county property with, do they have similar vision triangle concerns, requirements, and enclave properties in the county?
I would assume so, but we haven't communicated with them.
Oh,
Okay. Are there any other questions for the applicant or staff? Hearing none, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So move.
Second?
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
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 Council discussion?
Mayor, I'm going to request annexation zoning to RD for for Miss Roberta Gonzak with recommendation by the staff.
Would that include the recommendation for the fence,
Yes, yes.
communication regarding the fencing? Should that be in there? I'm thinking, is that okay to do that? Okay. Okay, so we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Yes. Okay, if hearing none, roll call.
Hogaboom?
yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Scott?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Okay, there you go. Thank you. Okay, so our last public hearing this evening, I do not have a sheet on it. So Chief Huff, can I have you look? Is there a sheet back there on that table? Nothing? Okay, so I'm not sure what happened to that. But if there's someone here, we'll give them the opportunity to testify. So this is a variance to the Nampa, City of Nampa zoning ordinance, Chapter 10-11-5-D.1, requiring a 20-foot front yard setbacks in the RML, which is limited family, multiple family residential zoning district for lots within the Timber Creek subdivision number 2, which is located west of South Paroline Road and north of East Iowa Avenue within the RML zoning district. The applicants are requesting a variance on the setbacks for a number of lots, which are all before us in our agenda, so I won't read them. This is going to reduce the front setbacks from 20 feet to 11.79 feet. And the applicants state that they're requesting the variance in order to maintain the character of the buildings as laid out in the amended and approved concept plan, because all infrastructure and easements are already in place for Timber Creek Partners. Is our applicant here this evening? Thank you. Thank you for coming forward, stating your name and address.
My name is Dennis Harani. I live at 6382 State Line Road in Freedom, Wyoming. And I am a member of the Timber Creek LLC group. And we started this project in 2017 based on the approved site concept plan. And we are now about 75%, well, we're just at 75% complete with the project. And in our last phase of permit applications, it was brought to our attention that 13 of the 136 lots do not comply with the required front setback. To modify the plan at this point would be very costly and a hardship for us. And so what we are asking is that you consider, and I'll give you some bullet points, that if approved, it will not change any of the character as originally approved by City Council, and that the neighbors will not be negatively affected by it, and that if we do have to change, it will cause a further delay in the project where that might affect the neighbors just because the construction will continue beyond our projected completion date. So we respectfully request that you approve this variance.
Are there any questions for the applicant? Okay, seeing none, we'll move to the staff report.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I actually know where Freedom, Wyoming is.
You do?
Say, please.
I said, I actually know where Freedom, Wyoming is.
Oh, right.
I come from Bonneville County, and
Yeah,
we're very
right.
close to it, yeah.
Across my driveway, I'm in Idaho.
There you go.
Just curious, what's the population of Freedom?
It's right now 200.
Okay, will you take more Californians if we want to?
No, we have enough.
That's a good one.
I put on the overhead kind of the concept layout for what I believe to be the affected lots. And for one thing, this is a private access into this subdivision area, this fourplex development. It's not a public right-of-way where the typical 20-foot setback you would be concerned most about, because it's a private access. And so for the lots 13A would have a front yard setback of 10 feet rather than 20. For lots 14A, B, C, and D, they would have 11.79 foot setback from the driveway area rather than the 20 feet. And for lots 16A, B, 16C, D, 17A, B, C, D, see, I just said that, didn't I? Okay, I'm confused. For lots 14A, 14B, 14C, and 14D, it would be a 6-foot rather than a 20-foot. And then for the 16A, B, C, D, 17A, B, C, D, it would be the 11.79 rather than the 20-foot. And as the owner applicant indicated, they want to maintain the character of the buildings that they have in the area and stay with the plan that was originally envisioned for the property. So it does achieve the uniformity of what was originally planned there, though these specific units will not have the required setback from that front access for these lots. And the only ones affected by that would be the residents of this development. You know, the renters would be renting there. It wouldn't affect any public right-of-way issues relating to off-site properties in any way. So it is kind of a unique circumstance to this property and how it was originally laid out and approved. So I believe it does qualify for what we call a unique site circumstance in terms of this specific location. So we've listed in the staff report the justification for that, possible justification for that, and staff sees no issue with approval of these variances.
Councilman Haverfield.
Mayor Kling, Norm, maybe this is a question for Chief Carpenter. Fire engine access to these buildings, turning radiuses, I don't see how a fire truck can get through here to protect some of these buildings. How is that taken into consideration? Is that a question for,
Who do you ask that of?
I asked it of you, but
Okay.
I deferred
This
possibly.
was laid out and approved with the proper,
How long ago?
this has been. And so it does have, no, these are private
2017.
accesses so that those trucks, in effect, have multiple hammerhead areas to back around. And all the permits were reviewed at the time these were constructed.
So is this a Daniel question?
Go ahead, do you want to answer?
I'm not seeing it, so. Interior turning radius for a fire engine is 28 feet, and I don't see any of
Correct.
these.
And these are all, this is not a, this is a conceptual drawing. These are not the engineered drawings for the subdivision. Each of these drive aisles have the appropriate turning radiuses. The driveways and the parking areas are already installed. They were reviewed and approved by the fire department and engineering department at the time of platting.
Okay.
And so those are all compliant. I would agree with you schematically, it doesn't look that way on this, but the actual construction drawings would.
So you're assuring me that we have fire engine access?
I am
Okay.
assuring you that there is the appropriate.
And I would question, why is this in our packet then to look at, other than, I guess?
The location of the property.
Right, it's showing the location of the properties on these, rather, the aerial photos are not, our aerial photos are still from 2015. We're doing a new flight this year, so the aerial photos don't show the actual improvements.
Okay. So my two questions, the other was parking, and it appears that they have adequate parking for the units. The clouded areas, the two clouded areas, what's that for?
That is the location of the buildings
Right.
that are seeking the setback variance.
So the.
Oh, okay.
these yeah.
All right, thank you. But I'm going on record that you said that with fire engine access is there.
Okay, are there any other questions from council? Okay, so this is a public hearing, and we do not have anyone signed up to testify on behalf of or against. Is there anyone here this evening that had intended to testify on this particular issue? I do not see anyone. This would be an opportunity then for the applicant to come back. Do you have any additional comments that you would like to make before we close public?
They usually tell me not to say too much, but this, I need to stress that this is an almost completed project. As Daniel said, it's been approved, it's cleared all the hurdles. The only parts that conflict would be where the plat comes in because of the size of the lots. In most jurisdictions, the lots are the same size of the building units. These are individually platted townhomes. But because of the current zoning, we have lots that are much bigger than the homes themselves, and that's where the overlap is. But the concept isn't going to change at all, so that's why we're asking.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you.
Council, do you have any questions for the applicant? Okay, So if there are no other questions from council, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Council discussion or motion? Everyone is so
Mayor,
quiet.
council,
Okay.
I make a motion to grant the variance to this zoning ordinance as listed in our packet, on our agenda, 6-8, for Timber Creek Partners LLC.
I'll second that.
You saying that with conviction or what?
There's a lot to read there. I don't know how much.
He's saying that with a 9:56 timeline, so, okay.
Just making sure you got it right,
right.
I think is the hesitancy.
Yes.
I'm the one with the jet lag, come on.
We already seconded it.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded. Is there any additional discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Brunner?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Gog?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Hogaboom?
Yes.
Thank you for your patience and waiting tonight. Thank you, and thank you for your investment and development. Thank you. Okay, so we are going back to the beginning of the agenda now, and it's time for a staff report. And as Tom begins, I'm just going to mention that this is actually, and Tom, I'm going to give you National Public Works Week proclamation. If I can give that to you, Tom, to put with your whatever. And I don't know that I'll read this with our small group. I can. This is actually, I just want everybody to know, this is Public Works Professionals Week. And there's a focus on infrastructure, facilities, and services that are of vital importance to sustainable, resilient communities and the public health, high quality of life, and well-being of the people of the city of Nampa. I'm not going to read all this tonight because it's late. I do want to say that I am so pleased with the projects that are taking place through Public Works with the kids across our community. It's awesome. Our public library and that partnership is wonderful. And so the activities have been great. And then we're also speaking, there's a Public Works conference this week, and Nate's going to be speaking there. I think I'm going to join him. So it's a great week. And it was an exciting week to get the awards. So there we go.
All right, thank you, Mayor, for kicking that off. My staff report, I will be brief. It is Public Works Week. We're excited about that, and we've got a hardworking team, and it's a good opportunity to highlight the good work that they do. So we're going to have a picnic tomorrow. You're invited to come. I sent you an email on that. We changed the locations of the street yards because of the rain, but welcome to come. Also, every year, we have more school kids participating in our program. We're going to have about 170 school kids this year come to the Streets Yard on Thursday morning, and there'll be a rotation of about 9 stations that go through and show them what Public Works does. So that'll be another fun day for us. The next thing I want to give you an update on is Indian Creek and Mason Creek flood studies. So in your staff report, it talks about we're about 20% through our study here. We're going to have a meeting with the irrigators to understand intakes into the system with help with our modeling. And also, we've been collecting a lot of data and talking to a lot of folks about this. We're making a lot of progress. In fact, Daniel and I went and talked to CUNA last week, asking if they would partner with us in data collection, and they said they would. So we're working on, and their next step is to go to Caldwell and talk to them as well. So we're looking at we're focusing a lot right now upstream of New York Canal in the Mason and Indian Creeks, because there's, and actually I got some photos I want to show you here. We're finding there's not much water in there, even with the wet year that we're having. So we're collecting some photos and going up there and looking at those locations, and it's pretty dry in those areas. So there's a good opportunity. We might be able to scale back the drainage basin. So we went out and looked at Indian Creek Reservoir, which is north over by the I-84 there by the stage stop in between Boise and Mountain Home. That's the start of Indian Creek there. We found a report online that was done about 10 years ago that from Department of Water Resources that showed water going in and nothing going out for 18-month period. And so we wanted to go up there and look, and see if we could confirm that. And they had some gauge stations there with some data. And so we found this. of Indian Creek, north of the interstate, so there's actually a channel there coming, and then this is the Indian Creek Reservoir right here, and that's a gate that we believe the Fish and Game control that. We're gonna go talk to them about that. And then this is the outlet. So we didn't see any water, just a little bit of seepage groundwater. There was nothing coming out. Water going in, nothing going out. And then this is another overflow along the embankment. So it's pretty dry. We find a lot of that between upstream of the New York Canal. So we're getting some good photos, getting some interest from other communities. You know, we'll keep you posted on how we're going here, and we're positive we can make some changes. Our timeline will be this fiscal year, we're collecting data. Next fiscal year, and then finishing up our report, which will tell us the pinch points on the culverts and also other data that would be useful to collect through gauge stations. Next fiscal year, we'll do the modeling, and then towards the end of next fiscal year, we'll go to FEMA and ask for a revision. And FEMA's got a public process like many of agencies do, where they have a public comment period. So there's about an 18-month period for them to go through their process. So we're trying to get everything that we can control compressed up front so we can get these changes done as soon as possible.
Mayor? Thank you. Tom, is this the same thing we were talking about? I believe it was 2 years ago, and I believe Daniel Badger was there, and I can't remember if it was either Nate or yourself. We went over to Caldwell, and FEMA was there. We broke out into groups, and I was raising the question at that time about the floodplain and what we could do to study the floodplain, and they talked about how, well, we had to start in CUNA and gather data, and then the data would take us about 10 years to gather before that they could make any ruling on that. And so now I'm hearing just a couple years down the road, which I also, at Planning and Zoning Canyon County, same thing, as someone else did a study, and it was only a couple years later that they changed the floodplain. So has that time frame changed, obviously?
Yes, Councilor Levi, I'm pleased to announce we're condensing that 10-year schedule down to a few years. And it's because of this data we're collecting here. And also, we found flows upstream and downstream of the wastewater treatment plant in Indian Creek, which was not part of the previous model. And that's a hard data point that will be very helpful for us. And also, we've got Compass, which is going to, our MPO, they're going to go fly LiDAR, get all the aerial stuff for us so we can get a better topography. So we got lots of great new data points that are going to help us out with making our case.
Well, this is encouraging because those residents who have lived in the designated floodplain, which really don't need to be in the designated floodplain, it would be a great thing for them. Thank you.
So Mayor, a question. I mean, this is time consuming for you guys. Do we ever use engineering college interns or anything for some of this data collection and compilation?
That's a good idea, because we've got about 10 different points upstream here that we've been.
I mean, I would think that would be
yeah.
project that NNU or Boise State or whatever, of course, I would, say ask NNU first, but, yeah.
Okay, yeah, we'd be up for that. That's a
And,
great idea.
we can get you, as far as a line with, all kinds of connections sitting right there, right? Okay.
Great. No, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Do you have more?
Yeah, I have just a few more. So, chip seals. We'll be starting the chip seals up in June. And then hopefully everything goes well with weather, complete in early August. There's an example of the flyer that Don and his crew are putting out on the doors. So just getting out there, communicating the plan. Another item I'd like to mention is the registration fee. So you recall we had multiple phases in funding transportation. First one was impact fee and the property tax to match. Next one is registration fee. Jeff and I went and talked to all 4 highway districts on April 18th and presented the regional registration fee idea and got some positive feedback from them on how to develop this program. We've got data from ITD on all the on the vehicle count, so we can determine the splits, and we're working on an MOU. And our target is a vote for the county on November 2020. So that's our timeline. So a yes vote for that would be about $2.5 million per year into transportation for Nampa. So
That is a huge thank you. Good job.
thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor. And then the last one is Jeff. I'm turning it to Jeff. He's got a presentation about the library square. We've heard from our citizens about safety and congestion concerns about Library Square, and we did a study to look at the safety, and we also, Jeff came up with his analysis, and he's also got some options for improvement. So I'm going to turn to Jeff.
Mayor, City Council, kind of hoping you've hit your second wind.
We are so there. We've been snacking. Sorry.
All right.
Yes.
Okay. So tonight I'm going to be presenting some ways we can improve efficiency and safety around Library Square Block. First of all, the area I'm going to be talking about is around the library, and then also heading under the railroad bridge coming into town. Quick history, in 2010 they started to look at a one-way design because they were having issues with an all-way design. Downtown in 2012, consulting engineers recommended the one-way design. They proposed it to council in 2013. In 2014 we actually implemented it. And in 2017, they were seeing an increase in accidents. We went back and reevaluated it, and now we are taking another look at it. Challenges when they first began this project, and the reason I brought this up is because talking to the police, there was challenges there initially, and you look through the old council agendas, and there was issues with an all-way approach around Library Square. The freight traffic through downtown congestion and traffic delays. The existing configuration was not able to sustain the growth we were seeing, and then it was a high accident location. So the primary challenge with Library Square is that two converging state highways meet in a one-block offset, and we're trying to push all this mainline traffic through a downtown kind of commercial restaurant corridor. And we tried to do a lot of things to tweak it, and we're trying to do that right now, but there is 27,000 cars a day rolling through downtown. And then there's 16,000 cars a day and 13,000 cars a day coming in on I-84B. So a tremendous amount of traffic rolling through this offset. So message I'm trying to get when people ask that question on what we can do or there's challenges is that these two state highways are converging. Why a one-way option was chosen is because it was the most efficient way to move that 27,000 cars through downtown, just kind of like having it snake through downtown. It decreased congestion for that State Highway 45 traffic, and the capacity for higher volumes was there to take the increased growth in the future. There was reduced impact points and less severe accidents, and this is two examples. The first on the left shows you an all-way design where there's 20 vehicle conflicts with left-hand turns. The one on the right is a one-way design, and you see only 7 vehicle conflicts. So there's a little bit less of those type of maneuvers. Why a one-way option? So they looked at the seconds of delay through that whole Library Square, and the initial in 2012 showed sometimes a 1/4 of the time it would take to get through. And remember on the 12th or the State Highway 45 route, as it would if there was an all-way design. And then 2035 they looked at also, and again the time savings and the capacity was available with a one-way design. We have heard citizen comments. I know that you have heard them. We have concerns as staff. There's things we can do. I drive through it every day. I see there's things we can do. And that's what we're kind of here presenting tonight. There's things we can adjust to make it better. But we've heard people's comments, and we've had some great suggestions from the public. The intersection at 12 and Second is a complaint. People drive through downtown going westbound, and there's delays there. Driver confusion, if you spend some time in there, people are navigating and changing lanes, and it's kind of tricky. So we want to do some things to help that out. Crash history, this is interesting. When we first started the one-way, traffic accidents went up. So we adjusted the striping modification in 2016, and that's gone down. We want to see that trend continue to go down. 4 short-term efficiency adjustments. This proposal right here, we want to restripe this area coming underneath the railroad overpass and to make just a smoother transition. Right now, this is what people are doing anyway. They're just having to change a lane to do it. So, the second is to allow right-hand turn lanes on right-hand turns on Red from 11th Avenue to 3rd. Right now, they kind of sit there and there's nobody there and they can't turn right, and then they call us. So
do that anyway?
yeah.
You can do that anyway. I mean, the state code says you can do that, right?
There's a sign there that says no right.
I know,
Right there.
but they're in violation.
Yeah, but we have to adjust the signal head and the signage, and so we feel like the safety-wise, it's going to be okay. The third is to add a second right turn lane. This is a more expensive improvement. We feel like it would add 2 right-hand turn lanes from 3rd going on to 12th, moving southbound. And right now, there's a right-hand, if you know what I'm talking about, if you do this a lot, there is a right-hand green arrow and a red ball at the same time, which is not intuitive for people. So now we'll have 2 right-hand green arrows with an added lane. And then this is, whether we're going to do this anyway, these short-term improvements, this needed to be done anyway, which is retime the 12 signals in the downtown corridor. We're ready to do that also. So the short-term efficiency improvements, the design for these improvements, not including the signal timing, is $36,600. That includes that curb extension, looking at the different striping options. That goes to NDC tomorrow morning to request funding, which starts at 8 o'clock in the morning, I
And we're
believe.
just going to stay here around here.
Yeah, yeah. Daniel's
The way that we're
asleep
going,
under
yeah,
the
we are.
chair.
Get you hot.
Going to the mayor's office.
And then the construction and the signal timing estimate, are just a rough estimate is $200,000 to $250,000, and some of that cost is going to be just part of annual maintenance of this type of facility that receives so much traffic. So we also want to seek funding from multiple sources. We've already talked to ITD. They're looking at the design. They could potentially help us out with some of the costs in the design, NDC, and the streets. Long-term options, there's been an initial downtown traffic alternative analysis, which is very interesting. There's 12 different options they look at for redirecting traffic, realigning the state highway traffic around downtown. And so they looked at just about everything, if you will look through that proposal that was done in 2011. Then subsequently, in 2012, they did a concept plan which showed one of the alternatives being, as you go northbound on 12th, you go on to 7th, and then you attach that to, you tie into Northside and you head up to Northside. Northside's getting a new interchange, so that was one of the options. But none of those are they're just options at this point. We have money in the budget to do a realignment benefit cost study this year, and then we're looking at going forward with the environmental and working with the state in the coming years. And this is just one of those options that would help this, the major issue of pushing that heavy traffic through downtown and take some of that pressure off the downtown. With that, if you have any questions.
Just, I smart aleck comment, I'm sorry, but do we get any money back from all the engineering that's been done on this in previous? There's no rebate on that, huh?
A lot of engineers look at this since 2009.
Okay.
Some of the
And this is probably there, just showing my lack of engineering. But what is the, just traffic, I take it, what's the reason why you can't go, go west on 7th and then go ahead and keep 11th under the underpass being a 2-way?
So we looked at,
So in other words, what I'm saying is just skipping downtown.
yeah, and so one of the ideas was to make 11th between 2nd and 3rd a one-way. We'd have to adjust the signals. It would have impacts on every one of those intersections, and there would be a tremendous amount of volume hitting this intersection.
I know they would.
We could do it, it's gonna be at a higher cost and probably I did a rough estimate, 2 signals, looking at the striping design, we could be up to $1 million for looking at that option. And we would not know until we did it, how it would impact the other 4 intersections, because it was done in one project, one evaluation, so. But certainly, we've looked at it, the width curb to curb looks like it will fit a northbound lane in there.
Are there any other questions?
How does this all affect public safety dispatch out of, especially the fire station over there? Is there a preference that they've had in speaking with them? Okay, I was just curious, because I haven't noticed you guys going around the library, so that explains it. Thanks.
I go through rush hour both ways. I think the actual progression for the main line is a minute and a half. I mean, it's not bad. I think it's a lot of the driver confusion, and it's just kind of not intuitive in certain ways. So hopefully the adjustments to some of the striping will help folks.
And I'm sorry, Mayor, the beat trucks, where are they heading these days?
Beat trucks are going down through downtown. They're also cutting over on 7th. We're seeing a lot of
So
people.
they're cutting on
northbound
7th and going
north side, so we're seeing more
north
of
side.
that.
A lot of them are doing that. You still see some downtown, but you see a lot of them
And they're
turning on
making
7th.
those corners fine, those drivers, huh?
Well,
It's a tough.
except for one.
And again, yeah, that corner at 12th and 2nd is a downtown corner. It's really, it functions, but it's running a state highway through a downtown intersection.
Have there been complaints about the traffic coming down 12th and then turning left onto First and then getting back onto 84 as a way of trying to avoid congestion?
Onto 12th.
Left onto First.
So the coming into
going-
downtown and
Okay.
going to the
Wells
stop,
Fargo.
going
Yeah,
through and then
there are
cutting
some-
through, I've seen
We're
some.
noticing cut-through traffic onto First, heading over to 11th from both directions.
Especially when it's backed up, when you turn left, I've seen.
I haven't got a lot of complaints from the downtown folks or people about cut-through traffic. You may have, I haven't received those.
This has been really good information. I really appreciate the update, and then we may actually come back and revisit it and talk about it at another time. It's a little late tonight, so where we go with this would be, maybe we can talk and decide what we want to do with it. But
Sounds
thank you, this,
Seeking input tonight, and also just some information for you guys to answer questions. I know you get questions about this. So You can forward them to me if you get questions.
Jeff, thank you.
Okay.
Great job.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you
Thanks,
so
Jeff, for what
much.
you do.
So now we're ready to step into new business. And the first is an action item. This is with Kirk Carpenter, and if you want to just give us a quick overview of what you're doing. It's a resolution for disposal of fire equipment to Horseshoe Bend, and you can just give us a quick
Madam
update.
Mayor, I'll just say so moved. It is
Second.
late, and it's pretty clear what he's doing.
Good old Horseshoe Bend.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, yep,
You
I
get-
guess so.
Already got it.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Brunner?
Yes.
Hogaboom?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Skog?
Yes.
I will say, I so appreciate our fire department giving forward. This is very, very meaningful to our small communities. Thank you very much. Action item 5.2, this is to authorize the mayor to sign a contract with CenturyLink for text to the 911 service.
So moved.
Second.
And this has been reviewed by legal.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Thank you, Carmen, for waiting all evening for this. Thank you. Yes.
She's
Okay.
giving you the eagle eye, actually.
She's not under oath.
Right.
Take the fifth. That's okay. Okay.
Okay, roll call.
Hogaboom?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Skog?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Item number 5.3 is an action item, and this is the council approval to allow use of on-lot individual septic systems for the subject property with the following conditions. The subdivision is limited to 6 total buildable lots, including 2 existing home sites with a minimum allowable lot size of 1 acre, and then all new homes hook up to available city water and pressure irrigation. And Number 3, septic systems are located to provide required separation to any existing and new city water infrastructure.
And Madam Mayor, I saw staff approved, it was in approved of this, so move.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Vogelboom?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Skog?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Item number 5.4 is an action item to authorize the mayor to sign a change order number 1 in the amount of $85,342.55 to address construction overages encountered during project construction. Would you like Tom to present on that? I guess that's a Daniel.
Mayor and council, this is for our 2nd and 3rd Street road rebuild project. This is the closeout change order for the project. There were some item overages, some liquidated damages that we assessed them based on time delay in the amount of just under $20,000. The majority of this change order is to address the water line that we had to replace midstream that we found was not in good condition, and we didn't want to have that under the brand-new road, so that's $63,000 of that. The remainder is just overage, quantity overruns during construction, fairly normal construction items within the project.
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
Daniel, you mentioned liquidated damages. The contractor would have paid, that was the $19,500.
Yes,
So this amount would have been more by that amount?
correct.
Again, the greatest reason for this had to do with the water lines, is that correct? Because we had, I think they were like 100 years old, right? That we had, at the last minute, realized that we had a breakage and we needed to fix it.
We had the break, and then when we got in there to do some valve replacements, they found that the pipe was not sound, and so we brought it before council, and you elected to have them replace that line. This is just the closeout change order to address those items, and then the other quantity overruns.
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
I'd go ahead and make the motion to authorize this change order as requested. It's quite common that unforeseen conditions result in change orders.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Thank you.
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Skog?
Yes.
Vogelboom?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Item 5.5 on the agenda is an action item to authorize the mayor to sign an MOU with NDC for the Noble Drain Trunk Sewer Design work, and authorize the mayor to sign a task order for professional services with JUB Engineers for the Noble Drain Trunk Sewer in the amount of $170,264. This has been reviewed and approved by legal.
So moved.
Second.
Question. Since this hasn't gone before NDC at this point, this is all contingent on NDC's approval?
So, Mayor, Councilman Haverfield, NDC approved the task order. Subsequent to that, approved the design work. Subsequent to that, NDC's attorney interpreted that since the city had done, that the consultant was selected off of the city's qualified roster, that NDC should not contract with them directly, that the city should contract with them and NDC reimburse us.
Okay. I apologize for the jet lag. I remember the conversation, I just don't remember the directive being given.
The directive at the NDC meeting was to approve the design work and the scope with JUB. It was subsequent to that meeting that Bill Nichols determined that he did not feel that it was appropriate for NDC to contract directly with them, that this was the appropriate route.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification.
So is there a motion?
There was a motion.
Oh, excuse me. Oh, thank you. I'm awake. Discussion.
I'm not.
Yeah. Okay.
I
roll
mean,
call.
you're feeling 3 hours earlier. What are you complaining about?
4.
out 4 hours?
No, I'm trying to make up for the lack of the 24 hours I
Okay,
didn't sleep.
sorry. I'm not feeling too sorry for you.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, roll call. Brunner?
Yes.
Pogabone?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Gog?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Our next item is an action item, and this is just the appointment of the alternate voting delegate for the Association of Idaho Cities June Conference. And basically, I'm going to read what Debbie wrote. Each member city of the Association of Idaho Cities is entitled to cast one vote during the annual business meeting held during the conference. One elected official from each city should be designated as a voting delegate, and another elected official as the alternate by using 2019 voting credentials. Please note that voting delegates and alternates must be elected officials and registered for the conference. In the past, the mayor has been the voting delegate, and then the council will elect an alternate voting delegate.
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
I'd make a motion to, or I guess for council consideration, I would just put the position of the president of the council being the alternate,
And the mayor being,
mayor being the primary.
I think that would be good, excuse me, Madam Mayor, for future, but I'm not an AIC attender, so I wouldn't work for that.
So we will need a council member that is planning on attending AIC this year in June.
Mayor, council, I don't intend on attending because of travel conflicts.
I recommend Councilwoman Levi.
I do too. I second that.
Will she be attending?
So my question then would be,
She is now.
She is now.
As long as we don't need her to
I will
chaperone,
second-
but go
oh,
ahead.
you're-
yeah, so my question then going forward, would it be a position specific or would it be an individual that keeps changing?
I think it just really, this is for 2019 voting credentials, so
Oh, it's
it
just
may
for
not
one
be
year?
2020, that would be correct. That would be
Okay.
my understanding.
Oh, that was my misinterpretation. And I thought it was going forward, and it made more sense that it'd be you and then whoever the president of the council would be.
I see what you're saying, yeah, and I think this just for this year. Although I don't remember this coming forward last year. It did? Okay, so every year, thank you, that's why we have a clerk sitting here. So every year we'll be voting on this again. So it really, Councilwoman Levi, are you attending?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I think I heard a motion, did I?
Yeah.
It was moved, and was it seconded? Is there further discussion?
Who was the second?
Who seconded it?
I motioned and
Victor
Councilman
seconded.
Rodriguez seconded.
Okay, all in favor?
Yeah.
Aye.
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 All opposed? Done. Item 5.7 is an action item. This is to authorize the mayor and Public Works Director to sign a task order for scope of work for consultant services for Stantec for the Nampa wastewater treatment plant Phase 2 upgrades, Project D primary digester number 5, and related facilities design. This has been reviewed and approved by legal.
So moved.
Is there a second and then discussion, or do we want a presentation?
Guess
Seeing-
presentation, I guess.
Okay, so I guess we'll start with presentation.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. So this is for, as mentioned, the 5th primary digester and related facilities, which include a new waste gas flare and associated sludge piping and gas piping for those facilities. So why is this here tonight? As Tom mentioned earlier, we're trying to identify savings for this Phase 2 of the wastewater project. We're able to bring this forward, one, because DEQ gave us $37 million loan, which gives us additional funding early on. Working with the Design Review Committee, they've identified this as a project that can be accelerated. In the write-up, as mentioned, this, we estimate, could save the city $2.8 million. Also, Stantec engineers, which are here tonight, if you have any additional questions, they designed and are overseeing construction on Digester 4. They're doing a very excellent job, highly qualified. Staff has negotiated a contract with them that is $400,000 below the estimated engineering fees. So tonight, we're looking for action on a task order with Stantec to begin design on a project that is budgeted for this fiscal year.
Mayor Kling? Question, Nate, then, this is a design bid build approach,
Counselor, yes, this would be a design.
traditional
and-
design bid build?
Yes.
Okay, so will the contractor be selected based upon a fixed price? How would the contractor be selected?
Under a traditional design build, it is put out to the public. Because of the pricing, it will be advertised publicly, and the lowest contractor price
Okay.
that is a responsive bid by the attorney will be awarded and recommended to council for award.
And going forward, that was my concern as far as to council, is that my desire is that we would either go with a design bid build approach or a construction manager GC with a guaranteed maximum price not to exceed approach, because we have the time to do this right and get the best value, which is through the bidding process. So I'll make the motion to authorize this request as
It's
written.
already been, oh, yeah, that's right, that's re-motioned,
Do
doesn't
we
it?
need a second?
So I guess I
Well,
made the motion.
actually,
died
I'll
for
make
lack
the
of a
second.
for lack of second, it died, and so this is the
New
motion.
motion,
And then, Victor, would you like to second it?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay.
So it's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion at this time?
Mayor,
Yes.
I wish I could think of some brilliant question just so we could get Michael up here to talk to us again, but I can't think of anything pertaining to it.
He's asleep, don't wake him up.
We do appreciate you waiting. I'm so sorry your last almost.
He's used to it.
They're-
Probably enjoy not having to.
Mayor, they're making some money on this still, so.
I want to say thank you to our team.
Yeah.
And to the entire design review. I don't know whose idea this was, but I love the idea that we can fast forward this and save the money by not having it in the construction increased costs. So thank you for doing it, for the vision and how you're managing the project. You're doing a good job.
Good job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded, and were we still in discussion? I don't think we voted, did we? I'm sorry, it's, okay, so roll call.
Brunner?
Yes.
Hogaboom?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Skog?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Thank you, Nate. So, number 5.8 is as a result of our public hearing, item 6.1, and this is a resolution implementing increase to the wastewater rates and fees by 16.75% effective October 1, 2019.
So move.
Second.
And I think, do we have to read it? We don't have to read it.
Just ordinances.
Okay. So it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Hogaboom?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Skog?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
5.9 is also an action item, resolution implementing the increase to the wastewater hookup fees by PPI West index rate of 6.09% effective October 1, 2019.
So moved.
Second.
And again, this is after public hearing 6.2 on the agenda. Is there any further discussion? Roll call.
Brunner?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Skog?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Hogaboom?
Yes.
So action number 5.10 on the agenda is an action item, and this is the first reading of ordinance annexation and zoning to RS7 at 2700 East Amity Avenue. And this is for Ricardo Rees for connection to city utilities. And this is following public hearing 6.6, and there is a request to pass under suspension of rules.
An ordinance determining that certain lands commonly known as 2700 East Amity Avenue comprising approximately .5 acres more or less lay contiguous to the city limits of the city of Nampa, county of Canyon, state of Idaho, and that said land should be annexed into the city of Nampa, Idaho as part of the RS7 zone, declaring that said lands by proper legal description as described below are part of the city of Nampa, Canyon County, Idaho, directing the city engineer and planning and zoning director to add said property to the official maps of the city of Nampa, Idaho, repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, and parts thereof in conflict herewith, providing an effective date, and directing the clerk of the city of Nampa to file a certified copy of the ordinance and the map of the area to be annexed with Canyon County, state of Idaho, and the Idaho State Tax Commission pursuant to Idaho Code Section 63215.
Is there a motion?
Make a motion to pass the ordinance as read under suspension of rules.
Second?
Any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Vogelboom?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Skog?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
So item 6 was our public hearing section. Now we're moving to section number 7. This is unfinished business. We have one item. It is the first reading of ordinance for annexation and zoning to healthcare for property located at 0 Cherry Lane and 010 Lane for the land group representing St. Luke's Regional Medical Center. And the public hearing was on 3/18/2019.
An ordinance determining that certain lands commonly known as unaddressed parcel lying south of Cherry Lane between 10 Lane and Midland Boulevard, comprising approximately 21.395 acres, more or less, lay contiguous to the city limits of the city of Nampa, county of Canyon, state of Idaho, and that said land should be annexed into the city of Nampa, Idaho as part of the HC zone, declaring that said lands by proper legal description as described below be part of the city of Nampa, County of Canyon, State of Idaho, directing the city engineer and planning and zoning director to add said property to the official maps of the city of Nampa, Idaho, repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, and parts thereof in conflict herewith, providing an effective date, and directing the clerk of the city of Nampa to file a certified copy of the ordinance and the map of the area to be annexed with Canyon County, State of Idaho, and the Idaho State Tax Commission pursuant to Idaho Codes, Section 63-215.
This is not noted, but I'm assuming this needs to pass under suspension of rules. Okay, so I would request that.
Mayor,
Yes.
I move that we approve the annexation and zoning for case ANN-110-18 under suspension of rules.
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Vogelboom?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Skog?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Section 8 are our pending ordinances that are just 4, which is great. They will come forth shortly. And then we are now ready for item number 9 on the agenda, and that is to recess into executive session. And so I would stand for a motion to adjourn, and I'm going to read both. A motion to adjourn into executive session pursuant to Idaho Code 742061C. This is to acquire an interest in real property which is not owned by a public agency. And then a motion to adjourn into executive session pursuant to Idaho Code 742061B to consider the evaluation, dismissal, or disciplining of, or to hear complaints or charges brought against a public officer, employee, staff member, or individual agent or public school student. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call.
Brunner?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Skog?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Vogelboom?
Yes.
And in that, no one will be here when we come back. We will adjourn at a later time, and no decisions are made in these executive sessions. And thank you all for being here.